Alright, the ad's finished. And I can start. We are starting Chapter 2 today, or Act 2, or whatever you want to call it. I am incredibly not awake at the moment, as my alarm did not go off, and I am still waking up. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Hopefully I don't die in Footfall again. That would be kind of depressing. But if I do, no big deal. I will not be upset about it. What does Wall of Rockcrete do again? Yes, 50% less damage from the next attack. I'll figure it out. I do, however, want to level up Idira. So let's start with that. Idira, you are at level 10? Yes. Sure, I'll let you go, Lore Xenos. Will I? You're still always going to be less than what I have. Right? You're going awareness. And then we have perception. Wait, we already took care of that. Then we want ballistic skill. And we finally get to take Psyker Minoris. As well as... I guess I am going into Lore Xenos a little bit. That's fine. Here. We grab Invigorate, I do believe. Maybe Enfeeble? I wish it would say here if it was a minor or a major power. Because it doesn't say here, but this one's a major. Is Enfeeble a minor or a major? I'm gonna go look at that up real quick. See if I can find it. It doesn't say. Alright. Biomancy. Doesn't say here either. No! Hey, how's it going, Silverio? Hope all's well. I was gonna go with Invigorate. No. I actually have the Servo Skull Swarm this time, so I think I'll go with Enfeeble. Though Invigorate did save me some med kits out of combat. Oh, I love this game. But I also really enjoy Owlcat Games to begin with, which is the company that made it. Like, their previous game before this one, Wrath of the Righteous, I absolutely loved. Second, I like Warhammer 40k. And third, I love CRPGs. So, gotcha. Well, if you like CRPGs, it's a really solid CRPG. Especially ones that are a little more complex for leveling up. Like, this is far more complex leveling up than, like, Baldur's Gate 3. But it's also not as visually, yeah, it's not as cinematic as Baldur's Gate 3. And it's not fully voice acted like Baldur's Gate 3. So, I mean, you know, a little bit of give, a little bit of take. I'm gonna go Invigorate. Enfeeble's nice, but just being able to get rid of staggered, immobilized, etc., it's just nice. Here, I shall grab... I don't think I care to do that. What about this one? I also don't really care about that one. I'll take Pulse of Life. And then we go Fresh Target into more Ballistic Skill. And then Willpower. Into... Where is it? Hmm. First time in combat that an ally becomes the target of the Psyker's psychic power. This ally gains, until the end of combat, plus 10. I'm thinking of advice and guidance. I don't know how that's going to work with the Cyber Raven, but hopefully it's fine. Strange Vitality could also be, like, insanely good. I'm actually gonna go Strange Vitality. Less chance of her blowing herself up if she has more HP. And here we'll make our heroic action debuff further. And then here we go Overseer with the Cyber Raven. And we are good. Now I just need to give her proper gear. You're using a Psychic Staff, like, all the time. This is +4 maximum wounds. And potentially 10 extra toughness. So that'll be fine for now. Over here... I will give you the emergency injector so you don't blow up. And that'll be good for now. I feel like I have dialogue that I'm supposed to be doing. Something in my brain tells me I have dialogue unfinished. So let's go do that. If I don't just get stuck at a load screen. Well, that's new. That is definitely a new one. Alright, well, I guess I restart the game. And I'm gonna have to re-level Idira, probably. That is slightly annoying. Could be worse. All chaos must be eradicated, indeed. Oh? Did it keep us... Oh, cool. It saved before we crashed. Okay, cool. I'm okay with this. The reflections on the bridge lights, or of the bridge lights, are playing on the unlit vid screens of the cogitator. Next to the machine stands a hunched tech priest who bows as you approach, his body nearly folding in half. Lord Captain, the machine's spirit of this mechanism slumbers. Should you wish to awaken it, use the key of your blood. Place my hand inside the servitor's maw. The servitor's powerful jaws close around your hand with a screeching clack. You feel the cold metal pierce your skin and draw blood. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly, filling with numerical combinations. The sacred mechanism is awake and ready to receive your request, Lord Captain. Pascal has informed me that the system has encrypted data stored inside. I wish to know its contents. Without another word, the tech priest turns to the cogitator. He raises his hands, and a prayer of binary code pours out of his Vox device. The servo motors in the bowels of the machine grow louder, its undulating hum responding to his chant. Numerical combinations run down the screens. The machine spirit has discovered numerous critical errors. The data is damaged. Registering an intact segment, the machine spirit has spoken. The worlds of Kiavagama and Dargonis hold certain data repositories. The mechanism is ready to provide the rogue trader with data keys that can unlock said repositories. What data repositories? That remains hidden. The encrypted databank belonged to the esteemed Theodora von Valencius. She was the only one who could have known about these repositories. Perhaps the former Engineer Prime also could have known. Omnisci accept his code? If I were to propose a hypothesis, it would be most prudent of a figure as eminent as the rogue trader to store her classified data in receptacles most secure. How do I accept these keys? The gracious machine spirit is willing to transfer the data keys to the head of House von Valencius by means of Electu, a hypodermic tattoo augment. If you are ready to accept the keys, place your hand inside the servitor's mouth. Deep within the servitor's dark gullet, unseen, burning hot needles pierce your wrist. But the sharp pain only lasts a moment. The Electu that has been planted inside your wrist should be enough to open the repository doors. You need to know more about the caches? The Omnisci favors you. The machine spirit is willing to commence the calculation procedure that could restore the lost data. To 87. Alright, so I ask about the one on Dargonis. The machine hums louder until it lets out a resounding crackle. Then the sounds stop, and an unmoving numerical combination lights up on screen. Tech Priest's synthesized voice sounds almost concerned. The data has been restored, but it's only a single phrase: litanies of the motive force. It is all the sacred mechanism was able to salvage. I'm interested in the cache on Kiavagama. Servo motors within the cogitator pick up the pace, their heavy thrum growing louder. The machine clicks abrasively for several minutes until eventually a numerical code appears on the screen. The tech priest turns to you. Blessed are the Omnisci's deeds. The repository on Kiavagama has a security system guarding it. The machine spirit has recovered a code that will allow you to disable the defenses. Alright, cool. I don't think I ever spoke with Pascal yet.
The Omniscience knows all, comprehends all.
I want to know the truth about you.
The request is approved. I did conceal certain information. I was a student of Archmagos Amanat, but I committed an act of betrayal after he deviated from sacred dogma.
What did Amarnat do?
He fell into schism and challenged the sacred boundaries of knowledge. The blessed Amanat claimed the limits of what is permitted must be expanded, because by refusing to explore certain law, we find ourselves in contempt of the seventh universal law. Comprehension is the key to all things. My mentor put forth a thesis claiming that we have stagnated, that ritual is now nothing but a cage for souls and false worship of the Omniscience. He sought to break the cycle of mindless repetition because he saw the inevitable demise of our faith and all humanity at the end of it.
Certain aspects of the Imperium have indeed ossified. His arguments sound reasonable.
This statement is false. My mentor's words sound like heresy. Limits were established because it is dangerous to venture beyond. Each step past them could lead to a bloody slaughter, but the blessed Amanat was not afraid.
How did you betray Aranat?
The teachings of the blessed Amanat spread, and word of it reached the conclave of the Cognizance fleet. They recognized his teachings as tech heresy. Many tech priests suddenly vanished or were subjected to servo penance for minor transgressions. The students of Amanat, whose number included many enlightened and respected tech priests, resisted. My prognosis showed that our most likely future was a schism and a fratricidal war that would destroy the Cognizance fleet. That was when I headed to the conclave.
Alright.
I confessed and handed the information about my mentor's research over to the conclave. Brazen anthematic studies of the forbidden law. The conclave could use that data to summon Archmagos Amanat to stand trial and compel him to repent on pain of excommunicate traitoris. His subsequent fate is unknown to me.
You acted as a loyal son of the Imperium should?
I pray that the Omnissiah grants us wisdom to overcome the dialectic differences that divide us.
So, why did you go to Rikid Minoris?
I was summoned there by a message that was encrypted with the blessed Amanat's personal code, and could it be interpreted in several ways. One thing was certain: we were in danger.
Good morning, Kyo.
Go to Rikid Minoris.
How are you doing? Hope all is well. Tech priest named Abel, who is he?
Assessing his personality is difficult. The spirit of Brother Abel is different from that of most people. Tech comrades of the Cog call such persons quiet ones. He possesses significant intellect, but shuns communication.
I also slept in today. Though, not by choice.
So far, I have not been able to determine why Abel summoned me to Rikid Minoris.
Either my alarm didn't go off, or I slept through it, one of the two.
Or why he bears the same name as me. Perhaps the Reverend Abel cannot fully actualize and interpret the available data.
So I'm still kinda waking up at the moment.
I was wrong when I assumed it was the blessed Archmagos Amanat, who assumed the guise of Abel Haneman. But there is a connection between him and the Reverend Abel, and I intend to uncover the nature of this link.
That's kinda why I'm going through some dialogue right now. Gives me some time to wake up.
Acknowledged. I will return to ruminating on the search for the blessed Amanat.
I want to know more about your past.
The request is approved. I have no outright restrictions on disclosing this information.
Where are you from?
Information about my origins is worthless. I belong to the priesthood of explorators and came to the Coronis Expanse over 200 years ago. Any events preceding that moment are insignificant.
How did you end up in the Cronus Expanse?
I was honored to become a member of the Explorator Cognizance fleet. When the Adeptus Mechanicus summoned the faithful for an exploratory venture into the depths of the Coronis Expanse, I joined the fleet in fulfillment of my sacred vows of comprehension.
Why are you not with the fleet then?
After I betrayed Archmagos Amanat, the fleet conclave directed me to the orbital station Altar Templum Calixis X-17 for penance.
Hey, Wolf Fuzzies.
This venerable temple station
Hope today
was
treats you a bit
founded
better.
in the early years of our expansion into the Coronis Expanse. It is currently a rear observation post of the Cognizance fleet in orbit around the star Furibundus.
Who are the Explorators?
The sacred fraternity of explorers. The cult Mechanica sends us out to the frontiers of the known sectors as researchers and conquerors. We are the warriors of the code, who return to the lost worlds and devote themselves to recovering the lost ancient knowledge. Explorators are granted the privilege of being more independent than many of our tech comrades. However, it has earned us a reputation as unstable and poorly controlled troublemakers whose unorthodox views are dangerously close to apostasy.
Tell me about your mechadendrites.
They are my younger brothers and guides on the way to the Omnissiah. Their machine spirits are directly bound to my neocortex and pick up impulses from my subconscious. Sometimes they act ahead of my thoughts. This is how the Omnissiah leads me to comprehension.
Alright, we can stop there. Tell me more about the Adeptus Mechanicus.
I am honored to belong to the priesthood of Mars, guided by its tenets. We safeguard technology against the impure and the unenlightened.
Why did you mention Mars?
That is where the cult of the Omnissiah originated, and where we were granted the first revelations. Many millennia ago, we made an alliance with the Emperor of Terra, and have served the Imperium ever since, paying a tribute of machinery, weapons, and void ships. Everything that bears the blessed seal of machinery comes from our hands, and it is we who make sure the operating rituals are performed as they were meant to. We are everywhere. We are the Mars-forged steel bars that give the Imperium strength.
Self-care is always good. And yeah. What do you mean you guard it? It's not buried treasure? Not a secret?
It is both a treasure and a secret. Technology is how the divinity of the Omnissiah manifests itself in this world. This is why the uninitiated may only be allowed to touch the most vulgar and mundane of its instances. We, on the other hand, are authorized to use the sacred catechism of maintenance and operation. Although there is another reason to deny lay people the sacrament of knowledge, it can be dangerous. Twisted by renegades, the Omnissiah's wisdom is called heretic, and the exposure to it may corrupt the uninitiated. Another danger is knowledge, strangely interpreted and inscrutably twisted by the minds of Xenos. This bane is called Xenotech.
Alright. Sacred objects should only be touched by worthy hands.
This statement is true. What many consider chains on our way to comprehension is our armor, which we have inherited from our wisdom-blessed predecessors.
You hold a high position in your fraternity?
This selectu indicates that I am a Magos, who has mastered the sacraments of many spheres of knowledge, and has the right to conduct services in a forged cathedral.
What is the Omnissiah, in your understanding?
He is the divine mechanism, the maker of technology. The universe was made to resemble a mechanical marvel, because the Omnissiah rules over it. Knowledge is the highest form that he uses to manifest in the world. For now. Someday, he will come to this world in the absolute fullness of his splendor.
We continue.
The Adeptus Mechanicus worshipped the Emperor. He is the earthly manifestation of the Omnissiah, who brought humanity into the light of divine grace.
What is behind the Adeptus Mechanicus' enthusiasm for replacing flesh with augmentations?
Organic tissue is an imperfect replica of the machine, transient and vulnerable. Metal is more stable, more effective, and more durable. Flesh speak is flawed next to binaric language. Meat begets weakness, it softens the mind and undermines discipline. But you can replace metal when it wears down. In addition, a machine is a supreme form of knowledge, and by assuming mechanical form, we become closer to the Omnissiah. However, like all things sacred, our augmentations must not be defiled by the eyes of the ignorant, which is why we reveal only the crudest of tools, while holier mechanisms remain concealed beneath our crimson robes.
I'm curious to see your augmentations.
The right to witness the miracle of flesh being fused with holy metal is granted only to those who have ascended to the rank of initiate. However, your lofty status of rogue trader allows me to make a partial exception and reveal my sacred stigmata.
Pascal reverently parts the robe, scarlet folds on his chest. You see emaciated white meat gnawed through by metallic shunts and flexible wires. Blood runs through transparent pipes, enriched with the nutrients required by the pallid flesh. The sight of a body transformed into an appendage to an incredibly complex mechanism, built using unfathomably ancient blueprints, is mesmerizing. Every component of this machine serves the dual purpose of preserving life in Pascal's fragile flesh and preventing all threats to his well-being. The Omnissiah has been generous to you, his creations keeping you safe from death.
The Omnissiah has been generous to you too. He has granted you understanding.
You have a strange way of speaking. Is that because of the augmentation? Or does your faith dictate how you should express yourself?
Partially true. I had a voice modulator implanted alongside the respiratory purification module, but there is an additional reason. Gothic is not my first language. I am used to thinking and making statements in lingua technis. The binaric language is more informative, more ergonomic, and less prone to misinterpretation.
I have no more questions.
May your labors be effective and fruitful.
Have I spoken with Cabela?
Domin.
I have not. Alright. I'd like to know more about the sacred mysteries of the death cult.
The Vizier taught us that there are many like us throughout the Imperium who spill blood in his name. Death cultists, as they call us. He said that no two death cults are the same, just as there are no two identical stars in the void. I will tell you about the blood-spun web, but I cannot speak on behalf of all death cults.
What is the cult's purpose?
The blood-spun web holds the bays of the flagship together with the threads of its faith. Such is our service to the Domini of the von Valancius line. The Undying One commanded the Domini to embark on a ship and sail the void's expanse. And thus, it became our duty to protect your dynasty and the Ark that became its home. This great relic of blood and adamantine. Some loathe and fear us. They call us murderers and reapers. Others call us dancers of death, who send the souls of the dead on their way. Both are right. Both are wrong. We are servants of the undying Emperor. When he whispers, that the time has come for a righteous martyr's soul to be laid in his blessed hands. We come to claim it. When he whispers that the wicked must know of his wrath, we come to reap. This is how we maintain order on the ship, unseen and guided by death's will.
How do you know you've never made a mistake? How can you be sure that you've never wrongly robbed one of your victims of their life?
We are carried along by a current of blood in the great river of fate. Life is not given or taken away by chance. If I see an enemy of humanity, my blade will sever the thread of their existence. I will not wait for a sign of his divine bidding. I am his will, and I do what must be done.
Let us speak about something else. How long has the Bloodspun web been in existence?
Spinners carved the chronicles of our history on the stones of our temple long ago. But fate and time have erased our past, just as an exploding star erases a part of the galaxy from existence.
What are the responsibilities of the Vizier?
It is the Vizier's duty to watch over the flock, to lead those who want to learn more of the Undying One, but are fearful of death, and guide those who seek answers in death, but do not know how to live. The Vizier protects all, those who do not know we exist, those who are grateful for our service, and even those who hate us. The Vizier sees what is to come, remembers the past, and accepts the present. They spin a web of faith and blood so strong that no enemy may sunder it. This is the Vizier's burden. This is the legacy of the Matriarch Spider.
Who was the Matriarch Spider?
It is said that she was one of many, born in the void, the Domin's subject. She honored death instead of life, and for this, she was persecuted. It is said that when the arch-enemy's forces invaded the flagship during a warp jump, she gathered the Undying One's servants around her and saved the ship from ruin. Together, they spun the first threads of the web to ensure that such devastation would never happen again. It is said that she was strong and indomitable, but as the years passed, her heart became as stone, and thus, the Undying One whispered her name to the one who would become the first Vizier of the blood-spun web.
Why do you call yourself spinners?
Through blood, sweat, tears, and the strength of their convictions, the servants of the Undying One spin the souls of your subjects into threads of balance. This is why we refer to ourselves as spinners. Those who are newly committed to the blood-spun web are called lesser spinners. If they are faithful in their service to him, they may eventually become spinners. The most devout of us all are known as the High Spinners, of whom there are 7, each bearing a unique title. The Vizier, the first spinner, leads the cult. I, Kibella, am the second spinner. The third spinner's name is Io, and there are 4 more.
Sorry about that, I had to ban a bot. Let's see here. You say the God Emperor's death? There are some who might find that the comparison blasphemous.
The Undying One is death itself. We serve him, and thus we serve death. This is not a comparison, attribution, or preference. It is the truth, and nothing can change it.
And can you teach me to follow the tenets of the Bloodspun Web?
The tenets are knowledge, an art that is passed down from one generation of the Bloodspun Web to the next. Even so, there are spinners who will never fully comprehend this knowledge in the time allotted to them by the Undying One. The tenets dictate how one follows the thread of life, but they are also the thread itself, from first breath to last. The tenets cannot be taught, they must be lived. Only then will you understand.
You satisfied my curiosity for now. Bella nods slightly. Tell me about yourself.
I am the second spinner of the Bloodspun Web. A spear in the hand of the Undying Emperor. I am your shield and shadow. Your blade.
Yes. The beautiful 0% awareness check. Tell me about your past.
I remember nothing of my childhood. The Vizier says this is because of my training and the injuries I received in battle. He told me it is the fate of all high spinners. The only memories I have are of the Bloodspun Web and the brothers and sisters who serve the cult alongside me.
What was it like growing up in the cult? What do you remember?
When we were young, we would sew our eyes shut and wander through the bays for months at a time. Starving, surviving, dying. This trial of darkness honed the senses of those who passed it. We were elated, for we knew we were blessed by him. When we grew older, we learned to wield our weapons, and our mentors tested us with pain, poison, and the weight of deceitful words. In time, our bodies no longer felt pain. Our blood became resistant to toxins, and our focus could not be shaken. We were at peace, for we had shed everything that could encumber our faithful service to him.
All right.
When we came of age, we faced a great trial. A year-long vigil spent in unceasing prayer to the Undying One. When hunger and other base sensations faded away, we attained true comprehension of ourselves and our place in the world. Our place between life and death. We were proud, for on that day, he truly accepted us, and we accepted him.
Must have been difficult to go through all of that as a child. Ah, I can see now why you are the best assassin in the cult. The cost was worth it.
Those who devote themselves to the service of the Undying One must be prepared to pay any price. Emotions, blood, life, death, memory. We all must lose what we hold most dear to become a spear in his hand. Some may lose everything, but they will also gain everything.
Your parents, your family, you never mention them?
When we join the cult, we relinquish our past. The Bloodspun Web becomes our new family. I have seen the pain, terror, and doubt in the eyes of those who hear the Undying One whisper the names of their kin. For some, the blessing of oblivion is a gift not unlike death.
You not wish to know what became of your family?
No.
RIP fellowship test.
Know
I understand
your
you better
enemy
now.
and prevail in battle. Know your ally and prevail in war.
Do you truly feel no pain at all?
You can see for yourself.
Bella removes a small leather pouch from her belt and opens it to reveal several instruments of torture. Very well, let us see just how impervious to pain you really are. Let's pierce her skin with several chained hooks, I guess.
The flesh remains untorn. Good.
The black chains dangle from Cabela's body. They look more like a macabre form of adornment than an implement of torture. Cabela gathers up the chains and pulls them until her skin goes taut. Alright, that's enough of that.
Questions?
Thank you for sharing with
It
me.
is not difficult to speak the truth.
Gesture at the scars covering Cabela's skin. You torture your own flesh. What is the meaning of this ritual?
Torture? I bear the sacred marks of the Undying One's service. Death has bestowed them upon me. Though others may cherish hollow riches or meaningless beauty, it is my duty to cherish his gift of blood. Each wound is a symbol of our service to him. Each drop of blood carries his blessing. To renounce these scars is to renounce the Undying One himself.
Continue.
Death whispers to me, you are worthy of bearing his marks. Tell me, Domin, do you wish to honor your flesh with his gifts?
It'd be an honor to bear the mark of the Undying One.
Let it be so. Treasure his gift, Domin. Inscribe it anew each time you pray. May his blessing find you.
Bella waits patiently as you prepare yourself for the ritual. Once you are ready, she carefully presses her blade to your skin, carves the sacred symbol into your flesh with skillful precision. The wounds sting and burn painfully as they begin to bleed. Did you ever meet Theodora von Valencius?
I met her once when I was young. The Vizier saw a serpent hiding among those close to Domin Theodora, ready to sink its fangs into her throat. I was ordered to find the serpent and sever the soul from its body. I watched and waited for weeks. I hid among the shadows, the air ducts and the faceless masses. Once I found the serpent, I sliced off its head and returned to the temple. I doubt that Domin Theodora ever saw me, but the 3 ritual cuts I left behind on the body let her know that this death was pleasing to him. They sent us a grand feast from the upper decks before the cycle's end. We gave it to the hungry.
You always address me as Damin. What does that word mean?
The Gothic we use to communicate is different to that spoken on the upper decks. Domin has many meanings. Giver of life, Lord or Lady of the Ark, and shadowless sun. The matriarch Spider gave this title to the rogue trader who allowed her to form the blood-spun web. We use other titles as well. For example, Venai means Master of the Immaterium, or Watcher of the Veil. Vil means one who must go to the other side. Amig means one you can trust in battle.
If the Undying One whispers my name, will you carry out his will?
Lords and wretches are equal before death. If such is the Undying One's will, I will guide you to him, Domin.
Tell me about the Emperor's Tarot.
I use blood to read his sacred cards and hear the whisper of the Undying One. His tarot is not an answer, but a question I ask of the universe. And the universe answers with questions of its own. In this sacred communion, I perceive hundreds of possible outcomes. They are all true, and yet they are only visions. I know what will come to pass, and yet I do not.
Flora Imperium test succeeded. The Emperor's Tarot is usually read by sanctioned psychers.
I am the spear of his retribution, not a witch or a sorcerer or a soothsayer. I have no strange powers, but I do bear his blessing. I do not command the veil. I am guided by his whisper and led by my faith, by the tenets. Please, do not mistake me for something I am not.
Lore warp test failed. Shit, yo. Does not appear to possess any psychic powers. If she has a gift, it is limited to the reading of cards. I'm failing every test today. Did you come to have a deck of his tarot?
It is a holy relic that has been passed down from generation to generation. Only the first and second spinners are allowed to study the sacred cards and interpret their meaning. We use his tarot to guide the cult and discern the tangled threads of fate.
How many cards are in your deck?
34. There used to be more, but some have perished in the darkness of time. Their loss is a great tragedy for the blood-spun web.
Can you give me a reading?
Ask the cards, Domin, and I will listen.
What does the future hold for me? He draws 4 cards from the deck and lays them face down before you.
The first card is the young warrior. It suggests inexperience, a path of becoming. The second card is the shattered world inverted. The path will have twists, turns, and thorns, but you will gather allies along the way and find what was lost. The third, the hound inverted. Someone has marked you as their prey and is chasing you through a field of traps. The lost child. You will leap into one of those traps of your own free will and place your trust in someone truly desperate.
I have no questions at this time. Let us speak of something else. I must take my leave.
May the Undying One shroud your footsteps from the faithless.
And it is that time of the hour. 3 minutes of ads are going to play. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I shall catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished. Let me take that off. And I think we have Heinrichs left to talk to, and that's it. Hey, how's it going, Schlupp? Hope all's well. Yeah, I slept through my alarm, or it didn't go off or something. And so I'm a little tired this morning, so I'm just going through dialogue right now. That I skipped over before. In an attempt to give myself time to wake up. I know nothing about you, Heinrichs. Can you tell me a little about yourself?
I'm usually the one interested in the pasts of those around me, not the reverse. I come from a night world, Guizorn 3. I belong to a branch of one of the noble houses until my exceptional abilities were discovered. After that, I was sent on a black ship to Holy Terra, where I was trained and I began my service for the glory of the Imperium.
You remember your home planet?
I do, but I have no ties to my homeworld now. None except my first name. I left Guizorn 3 when I was still a child. My family disowned me, stripping me of my family name. I was given a new one by those who trained me. Even for a noble, being branded a psyker is a mark of eternal shame. I experienced that firsthand before I was put on the black ship.
How did you discover your abilities?
Like many psychers unaware of their curse, I found out when a strong emotional reaction triggered an involuntary response. My great-aunt had a pet grink. One day, it bit me, and I boiled it from inside out. And when my great-aunt slapped me for what I'd done, I boiled her too.
Sorcerer's powers are truly dangerous. I hope you have mastered your abilities since then.
When I arrived on Holy Terra and was tested, I was found to be suitable material for becoming a sanctioned psyker, able to bend his curse to his own will. I can assure you that the adepts of the Astra Telepathica were right in their assessment.
Tell me about the Black Ship.
Picture a vast prison ship, filled with frightened, angry psychers who can't control their abilities and who have just lost their homes and their families. Some of them were children and adolescents like I was. Some were monstrous creatures who no longer had the right to be called human, or psychopaths who reveled in their impure powers. Once, when one of the miscreants broke free, those in command simply depressurized the bay and got rid of the culprit, along with the prisoners and crew tainted by him. But even after that, I heard the echo of inhuman suffering and terror that filled that part of the ship. It grieves me to recall that episode to this day.
You were sent to the Inquisition straight after training?
No. First, I was accorded the status of a psyker fit for service in the Imperial Guard, where I then spent several years. It was only afterward that I became an agent of the Golden Throne.
Let's ask about something else. How long have you served in the Inquisition?
Since the day of my initiation as an acolyte. So, decades. How many real years it's been, it's hard to say. When I return from a journey through the warp, I often discover that much more or much less time has passed in real space.
You visited many worlds during your service, I'll wager?
Indeed. I have visited many of the places brought to the Emperor's light, and those sullied by the filth of the archenemy. In truth, even after all these years spent visiting the various corners of the Imperium and looking beyond its borders, I still consider the Segmentum Solar to be the greatest of all humanity's bastions. Nothing compares to the majesty of Holy Terra, the might of Mars, the grandeur of the Segment's other worlds.
What duties have you been carrying out for the Inquisitor?
You can't really be expecting me to answer that question, can you?
For someone who's been in service for decades, you certainly look young.
The first step for biomancers such as myself is to take control of the processes of their own body, including aging. I've endured innumerable hazards in my work. If I allowed every trace of them to remain, I would look completely different today.
Let's change the subject.
Gladly.
You're not the Inquisitor's only acolyte, right?
Of course not. The Lord Inquisitor's entourage comprises dozens of people. The best of the best. Experts in various fields and disciplines. Some of them I know personally. Others I have never met. To be honest, I'm not even certain that the people I know are still alive. I used to work with other acolytes of the Lord Inquisitor, but in the Coronis Expanse, I've been working alone.
Wandering among the stars without family or friends, don't you get lonely?
I rarely have the time or the opportunity to think about it.
If you're an interrogator, does that mean you hold a special position in the retinue?
We are not a retinue. We are acolytes. As for your question, I am closer than anyone else to the one I call my personal teacher. The Lord Inquisitor deemed me worthy of undertaking the most important and sensitive tasks requiring the attention of agents of the Golden Throne.
Are there other acolytes in the Cronus Expanse? The interrogator narrows his eyes at you and releases a disappointed sigh. After several seconds of silence, you realize you will not be getting an answer.
Such as?
What can you do as a psyker?
The Lord Inquisitor was most insistent that I master the discipline of Santic Demonology. I use my faith and my power to crush the enemies of the Imperium. Servants of Chaos tremble at the sound of the Emperor's name, uttered by my lips. I am also a skilled biomancer. I can manipulate bodily processes. Sometimes I resort to those skills in the course of my work, when it is necessary to make the subject of an interrogation more cooperative.
I must take my leave. He politely inclines his head in response. Alright. I think that's everything, but let me just... that'll be all for now. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that's everything for now. We scan for the XP. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Elixis X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus' privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. Lord Captain, we have the flagship Drusus's blessing with a small escort dead ahead. They are requesting a direct Vox channel, patching you through. Greetings, Lord Captain. I'm honored to speak with the rogue trader of House von Valencius. May your name be known through the ages. Chartist Captain Austerius Thorfast, bearer of a free charter of the merchant fleet. How can I be of service? What is your squadron doing here? We develop supply routes for Chartists. You see, my ship is a representative of the merchant fleet in this part of Imperium territory. Yet we do not have a fixed charter-defined trade route. Our mission is to establish business contacts with voidfarers in need of regular ship repairs and those who are interested in specialized goods. I want to take a look at the catalog of components. We take all of this. And then I may as well just do that. This is just an upgrade. And the rest can just go to cargo. I will upgrade hull twice. Thrice. And from there, we go to Footfall. Yeah. One moment here. Type. We want ranged weaponry. We are looking for a sniper rifle. And I shall give that, instead of the las gun here, add to cargo, add to cargo. That'll do. I have an extra shield as well. I don't think I need it, though. Not at the moment. But I'll hold on to it just in case. Your Lordship, something sinister is unfolding among the survivors from Reich and Minoris. There have already been several cases of evacuated refugees being found either dead or dying. All of them had been blinded using various means. I fear there is reason to believe that there were agents of the cult among the people who came on board. I knew the anathema would not fully release its hold on those doleful souls just yet. Then let us march and drive it away. Give me a proper report on the refugees. How were they quartered? How were they supervised? Serfs and the planetary wardens were assigned to 2 auxiliary lower decks. The commoners are riled up and frightened by the calamity, so to keep their senselessness in check, we only assign those of sound mind to work and pump sedative gas through the ventilation into the compartment holding for the rest. The esteemed nobles and their families were given quarters befitting of their status. The horrors of the massacre in the streets are still fresh in their minds, so initially they made regular trips to the lower decks to take out their fears and anger on serfs from our own crew. It would have been disrespectful to confine the nobles to their compartments, so we used shackles of a different sort by generously supplying them with amasec and intoxicants. I need to know more about the killings. 11 bodies have been found thus far. The first victims had their eyes burned out with gas torch. Second had acid splashed in their face. Third was found wandering around on their last legs with metal pins sticking out of their eye sockets. They died before we could interrogate them. The rest were killed and disfigured in similar ways. Through blinding, no trace of the killer's identity was found. Begin the interrogations. It will be done, Your Lordship. If I may interject, there's no need. The interrogations have already been conducted. I put the enforcers on alert as soon as the first body was discovered, though I decided not to disturb Your Lordship until I had the results. Frickin' hiccups, yo. Well, now I do. We have already arrested, 4 perpetrators at the scenes of the crimes that had yet to take place. Those are not murders, they are suicides. Explain yourself, Central. The people we apprehended were about to blind themselves and end their own lives. I am confident that all who perished did the same. When questioned, they all said the same thing. They are haunted by the sight of the dying Reich and Minoris. Even in their sleep, they still see the same horrific picture, so the sad wretches would do anything to make this nightmare stop. Add a triple dose of sedatives to the rations of all Reichadians? Certainly, Lord Captain, except I'm afraid it's not just the refugees. 3 out of the 4 people we arrested were members of the crew. They watched Reich and Minoris die, and it left their minds scarred. We all bear the mark of that dark catastrophe, for it was the attention of the ruinous powers that branded our very souls. May the God Emperor have mercy on us. You were warned, Your Lordship. It is regrettable that you did not listen. And I take a -5 willpower penalty. That is a good question. Just me. You'd think it would affect Cassia as well, given how she was complaining about the colors. Alright, Pascal. You are getting replaced with Idira. Do I replace you yet? I think I hold on to you for the moment until I hit level 17. Is it 17? Did I get what I want on Idira? No, it might be level 22. I think what I'm thinking of is... Oh god, what am I doing? Here, one moment. Overseer. Oh no, yeah, it's 17 when we get prescience. This is just so nice for AoE buffing. And then at 22, we will take this, which is also really nice for AoE buffing. Yeah. You are being replaced, Pascal. Your time has come. Wait, I'd intended to wait until 17. Ah, whatever. Fuck it. It probably doesn't matter. She has a sniper rifle. It'll do well enough. Probably. This is one of the harder fights if you roll bad on initiative. So I do have to be a little careful. Hello? I'm on the ship. Okay, there we go. That was something. Your lordship, forgive me for not welcoming you on with the appropriate obeisance. We were told that you would prefer to arrive on Footfall incognito, and so we are trying to attract as little attention as possible. I'm here on behalf of the Liege of Footfall, Lord Vladaim Tokara. The Liege awaits the chance to speak with you at his residence, but if you happen to have other business to attend to, I can serve as your guide and tell you about the station. Cassia's lips curls slightly. This is so familiar. Behind the amber-colored scattering of words of welcome, far less appealing hues lurk, murky and diluted. The look of someone accustomed to lying and hiding their intentions. Someone's coming, and they're coming for us. Watch out, Lord Captain. Abelard sighs and casually places his hand on his weapon. Who's coming? Judging by the voices, there's a lot of them. Angry. They've got teeth, but they aren't that sharp. Their strength is their numbers. Pray, what are you talking about? What could you mean by such a cryptic pronoun? How is that cryptic? In what world is that cryptic?
Hey, newcomers! How's this for a warm welcome? I won't heed your cries of mercy. I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Alright, what do we have going on here? Alright, Cassia. Where's the scary one? There's like one really scary dude in here. Is it just the armored anvil? Maybe? It might be. No, those are armored anvils as well. Bloodstained Amelia. You're up there. Okay. You're the scary one. Cassia, you can come here. Idira, I'll have you here. Argenta. I will be here. With Hans coming back here. Maybe. Yeah, that'll do. Bella. I will throw you there, and Abelard, you can be here. Okay, we start the battle. First things first, Cassia. You're giving me an extra turn so that I can buff everybody. Normally, I would want to voice of command myself before doing this, so that the buffs are stronger, but I want to lidless stare as many of these people as I can. So I will...
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Do this. Alright. Everybody gets a you save me. Which I'm kind of surprised that propagates.
Suits my purposes.
Or you serve me. Does it not propagate? Uh-oh. Alright, it does not oh, wait. Active abilities. Alright, we'll see. This should propagate.
Not a problem for me.
Okay, it seems to have given it to Cabela. So it doesn't propagate, it just gives it to someone random. So I'll have to be more careful on that. That's fine, though.
All too easy.
What? Did that not propagate? Air of Authority group effect applied. It didn't seem to do a group effect there. Maybe it did? I don't know. That's weird. It definitely applied it to them all. Huh. Alright, whatever. Good enough. I don't have the healing thing on you yet. I've distributed all of the buffs. Go over there and be a distraction. And you... lidless stare on as many of these as you can.
I am a navigator.
Yeah, I destroyed the cover. That is what it is, though. We got some stuns. Argenta. I'm gonna have you come up here. And I will have you concentrated fire.
I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we are. And... oh yeah, extra action point. We will revel in slaughter. Toxic needle.
Faith without deed.
Nice. And furious recital.
High momentum.
Bella. I'm gonna have you come up here and start playing with Bloodstained Amelia, I think. In fact, Bloodstained Amelia is like the only one that really frightens me here. So,
I am your blade
I'm just going to do
and
this.
shield. Caught by the web.
There we are.
The shadows will...
And...
as honor ordains. A dance of blades and shadows.
we will come over this way.
Pain brings me no pleasure.
As Cabela just solos the encounter.
Death comes in silence. I shall not.
Captive audience. Blade dance.
My blade whispers your tongue. The other side awaits.
You hop over here.
Thy blade be drenched in blood, and thy blessing flow through my veins.
Alright, what is left? Oh, there's some, like, way up there. Oh, and there's one there that I missed. That's fine.
I bring mercy and retribution.
I could probably finish this whole thing off with Cabela. God, Cabela's so dumb.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Scared yet?
Abelard.
A tactically sound approach. It will be
You
done.
endure. You charge.
At your beck and call.
You cleave.
It will be done. Reduced to dust.
You taunt.
But of course. Farewell.
That's good enough for now. And here... I will give Argenta another turn.
Suits my purposes.
where she running guns. Up to here.
Rejoice in battle.
Concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Move, move, move. And then Argenta, you get to come up here and blast them.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
None shall stand in my way.
Emperor, protect me? They killed. That fight is so free when you buff Cabela and just have Cabela go ham. That was easily the easiest time I've had with that fight. Every time I warn them, and then they all go, "Dear Emperor, our Lord and Savior, how could this have happened? Who could have thought?" Idira spits on the ground in annoyance. "Fear not, young man. We took care of the attackers. Do you know who they were?" "Your Lordship, those guys were Anvers. They're a gang. They're the worst, I'm telling you. They're scared of no one, not even Liege Tokara." Does this kind of thing happen often around here? Shooting, yes. Attacks on nobles, not very often. Unless it's the Anvers. They're vicious. Not a week goes by without them killing or gutting somebody. They're wicked heretics. They respect nothing. They follow no rules. Go and report this to the Liege. Yes, I'm sorry, your lordship. I'll just go report to the Liege. They killed her. They killed my lady. Oh, this is terrible. And because I went Invigorate here, we can just fix Argenta without having to go up on the ship. We'll be able to fix Cabela too here in a moment. No, I don't want any of this.
A new challenge for me?
Combat shotgun? Alright. Let's see here. This is just better than the shotgun Argenta was using. By a significant margin. Alright, and then we... Can we not invigorate again yet?
Victory awaits.
Yes.
Huh. Maybe I can't do it 2 times out of combat? Or it just takes forever.
I
100% commerce.
It's about time.
Psi-conductive frame, 20 willpower, plus 50% maximum wounds.
My whispers
Come here, Burb.
crave entertainment.
100% commerce.
I rise to the occasion.
Lore Imperium.
Follow my lead.
Another commerce check.
Excellence matters.
The wearer gains 15 coercion. If the wearer is the arbitrator, they gain plus 20 coercion instead. I don't think I've seen this item before. Did I just miss it every other time I walked through here? Who do I have as my coercion person? It appears to be me. Just by, yeah. But 12% armor and 4 fellowship. Honestly, I'll take this for the time being. I'll put this back on later. Once I have more iconoclast.
None shall stand in my way.
Alright, so 5, 3, 1, 4. 5, 4, 1, 3. 5, 1, 5. Alright, one moment here. Footfall locker puzzle. Oh. Oops, I was way off base. It starts with 3, not 5. There we are. Okay. This has lots of goodies. We collect all. Immune to burning. It's not really needed here at the moment. 5 bonus to Lore Xenos. They also grant plus 10% hit chance against Xenos. You are my Lore Xenos person, I think. No. Apparently, I am. I am Skill Monkey Extraordinaire. Biker's footwear. You can wear that. You'll eventually gain a bunch of dodge off of it, probably. Or at least enough dodge off of it.
Should I divine our next step?
Oh, what the heck? I can use it again, it just didn't show that I could use it again. I just had to move it on the hotbar. What the heck? What kind of bug is that? Alright, well now that I know at least. That's not too bad.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Enforcer Light Carapace. What? This is... Is it just like a cosmetic? Because it's kinda trash. I would have expected it to have something else on it. I wanna check something out here. I've heard there's unique interactions with having an overseer pet, but I don't know if that's just like out and about unique interactions, like them showing where loot is, or if I can actually talk to them on the ship or something. If I'm in, like, maybe the Lord Captain's quarters? Oh yeah, I can talk to them. They go into a little little cubby hole, like a doghouse almost. Servo Skull greets you with a chorus of binaric trills as you approach. Of course, because I have like very little tech use. I will hold off on that one until I have more tech use. Examine the Servo Skulls for any information on the people they were made from. Inside every skull, you find a small panel containing a cast metal plaque. Read the plaque on the first skull. Loyal servant of the Imperium, Administratum Adept, Grand Chronicler, Evangeline Davik, cause of death, suffocation. Defender of the Golden Throne and all humanity, brave member of the Imperial Guard, Bapisk Uranus. Melee combat expert, cause of death, killed in ambush. Data deleted. Alright. Since you have your quills ready, I shall dictate my memoirs to you. Heh. The Servo Skull hovers closer, so as not to miss a single word. The golden quill appears where one skull's tongue should be, and begins painstakingly committing your tail to a scroll. Several hours later, your throat is sore, and the creaking of the quill on the parchment is taken on a faintly sad undertone. It seems both you and the sacred machine are in need of a break. I have work to do. Come, you will help me clear my backlog of paperwork. Servo Skulls obey and follow you to your desk, which is buried under a mound of reports, dispatches, missives, and God Emperor knows what else. Several hours pass. In the blink of an eye, your head feels heavy from the volume of decisions you've made in this span of time, and from the incessant buzzing of Servo Skulls by your ear. However, you have nothing to rebuke your assistants for. Thanks to their help, you've managed to make a considerable dent in the impregnable wall of bureaucracy that serves as the lifeblood of the void ship captaincy. That's kind of neat. Nothing, like, super cool or anything. Maybe the tech use is. We'll find that out later once I have more tech use. Unit Opticon 22 extends his official greetings and invites you to a synchronous communication. Convergence point Doc Alpha Rho. Topic of communication, discharge of contract Logisticar Theta. I was heading over to him anyway. I want my loot.
A new challenge for me?
tall, hunched tech priest stares at you unblinkingly. A breathing mask conceals his gaunt features. The skin on his hands is of a sickly gray hue, while his augments show signs of combat damage and are plated in black chromium, giving him a general air of lugubriousness. Initiating identification procedure. This unit is defined as Logis Opticon 22 and is a fully authorized representative of the Cognizance Fleet and the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Access has been granted to the following options: information exchange, strengthening of diplomatic links, and trade deals/donations. Initiating official greeting procedure for esteemed visitors. Glory to House von Valencius. A binaric aria begins to flow from the scratched vox attached to the tech priest's chest, requesting information exchange regarding contractual obligation Logisticar Theta. The humming servo skulls hovering around you break into a veritable aria of binaric greeting sounds. Opticon 22 responds with a measured nod. That's neat. The servo skulls had a communication thing there. I received an invitation to a meeting. Confirmed, I wish to discharge the mutual contractual obligation designated Logisticar Theta. Under the contractual obligation in question, 34.761 Terran years ago, the Explorator Cognizance Fleet received from representatives of the Von Valencius dynasty a volume of high-grade promethium equal to the fuel capacity of 6 Tantalian void tankers. Received it and then didn't pay. Compensate? Remunerate? Settle amounts? Should I go on? Or is that enough synonyms? The stipulated payment from the Cognizance Fleet can be made to Von Valencius assets at the current time, after which the contractual obligations will be fulfilled. Confirm your status regarding acceptance of the payment. I will take Explorador's favor over payment, because the payment is only a mobile extractium, and I value the favor more. I'll ask what payment I can expect, though, first, see if that changes anything. Universal Mobile Orbital Deployment Extractiums, Astra Arator, Processing Complexes. In the quantity stipulated in the contractual obligation, each unit has undergone a cycle of maintenance liturgies and has been assessed for conformance to the sacred standard template construction. No payment needed. Consider the promethium my gift and a sign of my hope for collaboration in the future. Request is accepted. The contractual obligation, Logisticar Theta, is concluded. The Cognizance Fleet thanks House von Valencius for its cooperation. The status of the unit's requests will be increased. I seek the friendship with the of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus is interested in cooperation with rogue traders. Under the terms of the Treaty of Mars, it is willing to provide services to the Von Valencius dynasty. The priority of service tasks can be raised if diplomatic links are strengthened. The Cognizance Fleet will be glad to accept any samples of sacred technology, samples of profane xenotech, miscellaneous items, and then reminder, storage, study, and or disposal of the aforementioned objects, with the exception of miscellaneous items, is the preferential right of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The Explorator Fleet will also accept information about planets in the Cronus Expanse that have not previously been recorded in the Planetary Register. I want to make a trade deal. We grab our loot. Target designator. Cool. I'm all the way up to 7, but I don't have the profit factor to get those yet. The inertia boots, I think, are something I want. The wearer's melee attack is dodged, parried, or scores a critical hit. The wearer regains plus agi bonus movement points and does not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. Yeah, inertia boots sound really good. This is pretty nice. This could be nice for somebody. This is nice for Pascal. Just an upgrade to what he was using. This might be good for... Heinrichs. Precise las gun. That might be good. I don't know. I have to compare it. This can be good for Argenta, potentially. This could be fine for Idira. We definitely want Invigorating Resolve for... probably... for somebody. Probably me, but I'm not sure. We want it on somebody. Heavy Plasma Gun. That'll be nice for... that'll be nice for Pascal, I think. Plus he requires heavy weapon proficiency. Slick Body Glove. It's light and it has 40% armor. That's just gross in and of itself. This will be nice for Idira. 20% dodge against enemies with perception lower than that of the wearer. She has very high perception. Or I could put this on Cassia. Either one. Box Beacon. If the wearer is an Overseer, their first Overseer archetype ability in a round costs 0 action points. That is very tempting. That could be okay. Deadly Repeater we definitely want. It is a very strong sniper rifle. Whenever the wearer inflicts a damage over time effect, they gain +1 stack of the inevitability effect. As soon as the wearer gains 10 stacks of inevitability, they deal 6 direct damage to all enemies suffering. They deal Medicae divided by 10 direct damage to all enemies suffering from any... Okay, that's good for Cabela. Force Field Emitter. After using Run and Gun, the wearer gains 15% cover efficiency when in cover. Heavy Shield. This is nice. Heavy Emergency Cutter. We definitely want this. This will be nice for Abelard. The Melt-A-Gun is worthless. Fortress World Origin Tempestus Carapace. This is very nice. I do like this one. Alright, cool. So there's some stuff for us to get. Alright, it is that time of the hour again. Ads are going to play for 3 minutes. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. This disables pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I will catch you all in 3 minutes. The ads are finished, and I can play.
I won't tolerate weakness.
There's something over here. Right. Just a pamphlet. Oh, hello. Cyber Eagle. I don't have one of those. I'm not going to have one of those. That's kind of neat for if I decide to make a grenadier.
It's about time.
Hey. I shall head to the Atrium.
None shall stand in my way.
I am forever astonished that Reverend Hieronymus makes do with that shoebox of a chapel in the atrium for his sermons. Footfall has several temples, far more befitting his status.
The holiness of the temple does not lie in the height of its vaults, but in the generosity of the sacrifices offered in it.
Alright. We have a Lore Imperium
I
here.
rise to the occasion. Follow my lead.
And I do believe there will be a fight here. Potentially. Dialogue check or fight if I'm unlucky. The buzzing crowd is closed in on several harried-looking individuals. Some of their faces are smeared with fresh blood. The angry cries and twisted faces leave no doubt a massacre is about to take place. Just cut their throats already? What were they thinking, letting that ship dock at Footfall? They're all stricken? No, no cutting? We get their blood on us? We'll be tainted too? Better burn them? Be quiet, you scoundrel. A priest clad in simple black raiment cuts through the crowd like a void ship crossing the sky. You dare pass judgment on others? What arrogance to think you have the right? That's Reverend Hieronymus. I'm surprised he's decided to intervene in a street squabble. What's going on here? And who are you supposed to be? I'm an envoy of the Von Valencius dynasty. You come from Lady Theodora? The rabble-rouser bows his head respectfully. Pardon me, noble sir. We were just, rooting out heresy. These scrawny ones. They're from the ship that came from the bowels of the Cronus Expanse. They've got plague there, and mutants. And now they're spreading that rot everywhere, that taint. They're all... Silence. You must be completely out of your minds. A band of woefully dim-witted reprobates who think themselves bringers of justice. Who are you to pass judgment on anyone? All you ought to be doing is suffering and repenting till the end of your days. And what's so wrong about that, Reverend? We just want to put these heretics to death? We're not heretics. We're refugees. I swear it on the Golden Throne. We served the Imperium faithfully until they hung us out to dry. We're the protectors that were meant to shield the lanes of humanity from nightmares. Traitors and heretics, the lot of them. A murmur runs through the crowd, the people gawk at you, the priest at the wretched group huddling in the center. How tiring, the motley sea of colors that fills this restless crowd is hard on the eyes. So many hues, but most of them are acrid yellow streaks of fear. Their red buds swelling, ready to burst and paint all who are gathered here. Cassia looks at the crowd of troublemakers wearily, and they shudder at the very sight of her. As for the hearts of those who have been forced to defend themselves, they are shrouded in purplish-black grief, but their words are as transparent as the ice that lies on top of the glacier. The commoners are always deaf to others' suffering, for such is their nature. Interfering in the affairs is hardly worthy of you or me. I represent the Von Valencius, masters of Kiavagama, and thus I have the right to decide what to do with these people. I command the onlookers to disperse. As for the rest of you, go to Dock Alpha Rho. I await further instructions. I don't want to get in trouble over this lot. Refugees use interruption to make off with in the direction of Dock Alpha Rho. The arrogance and self-righteousness of a malefactor. I am Reverend Hieronymus de la Rosso, head of the Drusian mission here on Footfall. I thank you for stepping in. Please come see me when you have the time. We can talk then. You are awareness and persuasion. Alright. Yes. I'm the highest tech use person here now. Accessories. That's logic. We want the tech use.
What in the world?
He withholds his favor.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Ah, damn it.
Duty prevails.
There we go. We got it eventually.
Victory awaits!
Over here, we grab this garbage off the ground if it lets me. Lore Imperium. And a Lore Imperium check here as well. What? There was something I wanted to do. Now I don't remember what it was.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, well, let's talk with Reverend Hieronymus. The man with a face so drawn it appears to be made of nothing but skin and bone fixes his unblinking bird-like eyes on you. The priest's simple black clothes have next to no adornments, and they do nothing to mask his unhealthy gauntness. In a cracked voice, he says, "The Emperor protects. The Emperor protects, Reverend. But he protects only those who are pure of heart. Do you think yourself one of them? Are you leery of this conviction of yours? Many who have risen to the pinnacle of faith have all fallen from it into the embrace of pride, most degenerate. And you must be the young Von Valancius. That name carries weight, and it is a burdensome one, for its reputation suggests that Theodora encumbered it with many a transgression. I wonder, will you seek to shed them, or will you carry them onward, picking them along the way like ripe fruit and savoring their sweet poison?" I make the sign of the Aquila. I put my faith in the Emperor. Well then, be twice as vigilant, for this sector will seize any chance to test your faith. "Greetings, sister," he says as he looks at Argenta. "I congratulate you on your return. Was your pilgrimage fruitful?" "It was, Reverend. Let it be known to you that Theodora von Valancius' ship was attacked by servants of the archenemy who appall the heart of any righteous soul. And not all of them met a fitting end. Some fled, and more than that, their blasphemous words clearly pointed to this attack being part of a larger design." "Reverend Hieronymus, I wish to join the esteemed rogue trader's crew and help protect the Von Valancius dynasty from the forces of the archenemy. I'm divesting myself of the responsibility of guarding the Footfall Reliquary. Sister Argenta stood by my side during the assault on the ship, and I could use her assistance going forward." "Follow the call of your soul, sister. The Footfall Reliquary will be preserved even without your contribution, as it was in all the years preceding your arrival." Hieronymus smiles sadly. "I know what it is that calls you to follow the rogue trader, Sister Argenta. You seek combat, for it helps you to forget how hollow and worthless our lives truly are. It offers the illusion of meaning. Perhaps you will relinquish this illusion one day, or perhaps you will die before that day comes. Regardless, I wish you luck on your new path." But before you start on a path toward your new destiny, I have a request to make of you and your companion. Many among my flock are from the poorest, most dispossessed people on Footfall. They've brought me troubling news from Footfall's shadow quarters. In the darkest corners, where the Liege's wardens do not venture, hate has taken root. Footfall is consumed by profanity, but even here, true heresy, serving the archenemy, is a rarity. The cultists who now dwell in the shadow quarters mark their abodes with a sun inscribed in blue and gold, and perform strange rituals in secret. The weak find solace in believing these reports to be rumors, but I know that evil lurks all around us, and I wish to see retribution. I come across heresy surprisingly often these days. Indeed, dark times are upon us, and wretched souls grow ever more eager to embrace heresy, both on Footfall and elsewhere. Its foul buds are coming into bloom. Troubling news is arriving from many planets. There are whispers of wicked things taking place on Kiavagama, and just recently a transport ship by the name of the Navica, teeming with refugees, arrived on Footfall from Winterscale's realm. Their world was stricken with blasphemous sedition, and such was its severity that they had to flee to save themselves. The Liege refused to accept them, and so they headed for Foulstone, a desolate cloister of the righteous. It was wise of them not to linger in this den of vileness. Why don't you go to the Liege with this matter? I do not walk the paths pleasing to the Liege. Bladeum is weak and riddled with worms on the inside. He seeks to please his Caspelica masters, those peddlers of relics of the unholy Xenos. We will verify this rumor. With great pleasure, Argenta lays a hand on her weapon. I almost wish for the rumor to be true. My heart yearns to battle some heretics. This is where I bid you goodbye, sister. Noble Zen, is there more you wish to ask me about? What are you doing on Footfall? What am I doing in this den of blasphemers, pagans, and the vilest of souls, you mean to say? Well, Footfall is the first and last stop in the Cronus Expanse. It is the point of arrival for those who have just started on their path, and it is also where those who are reaching its very end return, their souls wounded and bleeding. I embrace both the former and the latter, so that they may cast an honest eye over their impurity. Furthermore, rumors from across the entire sector amass on Footfall. If I hear crewmen whispering about a reclaimed shrine world, or expressing desire to carry the Emperor's light into the darkness among the stars, I help my flock in their sacred duty. Devoted trailblazers need assistance, both spiritual and material, tools, equipment, even garments, and simple everyday items. Anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey, and during the first days of the harsh frontier life, and anything that might help pilgrims on their long journey and during the first days of the harsh frontier life is worth its weight in gold to us. May any help you offer to the effort of gathering such things be blessed. The path of true believers leads into darkness, a search for worlds that have lost his radiance, steeped in depravity. Blessed are the deeds of those who give themselves into the void and the warp in hopes that their actions might bring light into the darker reaches of the expanse and deliver a previously barren world into the Imperium's service. And all the more bitter is the realization that not all brave souls will succeed in their mission. Footfall still awaits news from the Wasteland Wayfarer, an ancient ark of a ship headed for distant stars. Her last astropathic message was sent from beyond the Cinerus Maleficum, and the stars have kept her fate secret since. I bear another darker duty. The expanse is filled with the tainted creations of unholy heretics. These insidious objects are a danger to the soul, or to souls, but I know what to do with them. Should you, on your travels, come upon dangerous corrupted objects, bring them to me, and the reward for your vigilance will be even more generous. The Drusian mission has much to share with the rogue trader. I'd like to take a look at what the followers of St. Drusus have to offer me. We get med kits, an enforcer helm, some consumables, a bloodhound staff, an imperial scroll, and I don't have the profit factor for... wait. Oh, right. I haven't done anything with the Drusians before. Righto. Cost. Ooh, they have a hefty requirement to get to T2. We don't need the Sanctified Staff here. The Elite Chainsword is pretty nice. The big thing we want is the Heavy Bolter early on. This is also okay. The 10 extra agility is very nice. Cloak of Hatred could be okay for Argenta. This, Rock Saw could be okay. But I mean, the Exploradors have a better one. So it's just a matter of which one do I end up getting first. This is good for Cassia. This is kind of nice for Bella. What is this? Ah, this is kind of neat. Alright, an Inferno pistol shot once per combat, that's fine. Where it hurts. Yeah, that's good for Cabela, potentially. Okay, that is disgusting for Cabela. And this is also kind of disgusting for Cabela. Alright.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Abelard, I need you to not fail this.
Lesson learned.
Abelard, what did I say?
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Excellence matters. A new challenge for me.
Alright, here we go with +3 logic for the moment.
Done.
Alright, now we have Beyond Logic for our Servo Skull Swarm, giving it 10 Fellowship and Intelligence, and it suffers no damage from area attacks, which is really good for us. Yeah, no. You're still wearing the Pneumo boots, even though I do kind of like these. Servo Skull Swarm, you get to wear this. You get to wear this so that your taunt lands more frequently. Bonus to Lore Imperium, huh? But my metronome. Honestly, I'm not using the metronome too much, so I'm not too worried about it. I'll make sure that I just have an obscene amount of Lore Imperium. And here we get the Bloodhound Staff, which is just an upgrade to the Staff of House Orcelio. What are you using? When the wearer uses Run and Gun, they gain +2 damage on their ranged attacks. I really kind of like that. But then there's also deflection gloves, which are just really nice. Especially with how dumb high her ballistic skill can get. This goes to cargo, this goes to cargo. This goes to cargo. These go to cargo. This can probably go to cargo at this point. I'm at 62 of 200 for Iconoclast. So it is going to be a while before I get to Votary. Meanwhile, it's not that far off to get Grim Determination. Which, while not amazing, is still pretty decent. Just a nice kinda to have.
It's about time.
We will come up here, get our goods.
None shall stand in my way.
Here we get a nice show of the statue.
I won't tolerate weakness. I did fine.
Alright. Oh, there's a cogitator here. We go for increase to logic again.
excellence matters. Follow my lead.
Who thought that was a good idea?
What? You can get 2 of the fatigued?
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Whenever an ally under the effect of the wearer's voice of command ability makes an attack during an extra turn, this attack deals an additional 18% damage. I kinda feel like I should be wearing this, but like... the skills are just too good.
My house would be proud of me.
Really? I'm so close to a level here.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
It's a shame I can't just go straight to my ship from here, but is what it is. I am not going to go fight Cinder yet. Cinder scares the hell out of me at this point. I greatly underestimated him last time, and I do not plan on doing so again. Let's go do the void ship battle that I'm pretty sure we were supposed to have to do when we came into this zone. But the game crashed when I first loaded in. I don't think it loaded up properly. But let's go do it.
Fight the foes of the rogue traitor.
Yes, yes. I am okay with this.
Annihilate them. Bleed them. Fire right now.
Alright, let's see. They are fleeing now. What do I have here? Voidfarer's Inspiration. Huh, neat. And I shall
Set the course.
swing and run.
Onward.
These will come over here and explode to take out the one that's running away. Ow. Restart shields.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Alright, I can fire here.
Strode across the stars.
Then I can come up here. And I guess it has to be here.
Lay in the course.
And I will head this way,
Onward.
so that they cannot easily hit the side of the ship that is already wounded. And then we come up here. And kaboom.
Torpedoes, locked!
They stopped right next to it. Well, that was a decision.
The time has come.
They appear to be fleeing now. So I shall try to chase them down.
Fire the lance batteries.
There we are.
Fit for the fun for Lancia's
GG's. We took a little damage there, that's fine though. We still came out ahead on scrap. I need to place people in posts. And this can be Cassia. Neat. Wait. Hold up. What? I thought this was... Yeah, there we are. Cool. And we can head back to Footfall now. I will head to the Shadow Quarters, and I will do Argenta's quest, I do believe. That should get me level. And I don't think that one's very difficult, if I recall. I could be mistaken, though. Wouldn't be the first time. Rogue Trader, I would like to remind you about Reverend Hieronymus's request. He asked us to search for potential cultist den in Footfall Shadow Quarters. What was it that Reverend Hieronymus wanted from us? He told us to look for sun symbols inscribed in blue and gold. Hieronymus's congregation suspects certain suspicious individuals of heresy, and rumor has it that this is how they mark their hideout. You seem to be weighed down by something? What? No. Apologies, Rogue Trader. Being here on Footfall is difficult for me. It's minor personal weakness. But I'm as ready to fight as ever. It will have no effect on my combat skills. If something is troubling you, tell me. Perhaps I can help. I suppose I could share it with you, but the tale will be long, and I will have to start from the beginning. I wasn't born in the Expanse. I was sent here to be a guardian of a reliquary on Footfall, but my ship became caught in a warp anomaly. And although it lasted only days for those on board, decades had flown by in real space. When I last arrived on Footfall, it felt like I'd been erased from time. No one was waiting for me on this side of the Maw. The people who were supposed to greet me, who knew about my imminent arrival, had died. The reliquary that should have been mine to safeguard and had instead been taken under the protection of Reverend Hieronymus and his brethren. They were more than up to the task. They had no need of my help. Footfall became my cage. I didn't know who I was or what purpose I had here. The way back to Calixis seemed like another trap. Even if I were to find a ship headed there, my sector, my order, they too would have lived decades without me by that point. Whenever I'm reminded of those months spent on Footfall, it feels like I'm falling into a pit. I hope the rumors of cultists turn out to be true. I can't wait to prove with my bolter that the world and the Imperium need me. Oh, and why did your stay on Footfall come to an end? Something must have changed? Yes, a sign, almost a portent, showed me the right path. But it's not something I can speak of like this, on the street, in this den of malice. Let us be on our way. All I'll say is that on Footfall I met Lady Theodora and joined her, and that was the end of my languishing in this place. You know Footfall better than me? Do you think the rumors of heretics are true? There was a time when I have said it was likely a fabrication. One can say many things about the Cas Bellica mission and the other shady operators on Footfall, but even those thugs are loyal to the Emperor, and so they mercilessly exterminate outright heretics in their territory. But now, heretics have launched an open attack on a rogue trader ship. A member of your dynasty, Kunrad Voitveer, has turned out to be one of them, and Footfall itself is sinking deeper and deeper into madness. In these times of strife, I'm willing to believe in heretics who openly perform their dark rituals and brazenly mark their dens with sacrilegious symbols. We must be going.
Pay attention. I hear strange breathing.
Oh yeah!
Full of poison.
There's force access to the elevator with,
masquerading as prayer. For one
That's
such
neat.
as you, the most sincere prayer would be poison.
Stop. There.
Isn't her thing around here somewhere? Is it up here? Might be up here.
Victory awaits!
Maybe it's further down this way?
Watch out.
Awareness, 100%.
I did it?
Connected to a mine trigger, huh?
It's about time.
Maybe I just need to find more of the sun symbols? Ah, no, here it is.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
I just couldn't remember exactly where it was.
Something of interest.
Let us see what I found.
The Emperor
Argenta.
sets my path.
Over here.
Failed.
Really? Really?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright. You think defusing mines should be a job for the serfs? Yes. If they sustain too much physical damage, you know, we can just augment them into servitors. You know. There's nothing wrong with that, right?
None shall stand in my way.
The refugees from Kiavagama are looking at you, some with apprehensive frowns, some with unconcealed gratitude. Need information? What happened on Kiavagama and how did you end up here? We told you everything back in the square. Things are rough on Kiavagama. Maybe there isn't even a Kiavagama anymore. The planet was attacked by a horde of heretics. They shouted unholy prayers and cut down people left and right. We heard everything from orbit, listening to one Voxcast after another. We realized there wasn't anything left to save, so we thought we'd run. But then, it was like our crew went mad somehow. The captain smashed his own head against the cogitator, and so did half the officers. Everyone who survived did their best to steer the ship into the warp, and here we are. Only 3 ships made it out alive, ours being one of them. We don't know what happened to the other two. They never made it to Footfall. Maybe they disappeared into the warp, or maybe something else happened to them. Idira freezes, listening to something. Then she blurts out in a changed voice. The first beast, its body wounded, crawled into a hole under the palace of an eminent lord. The second beast, its skin and ulcers, perished in an asteroid grave. The third beast, its essence cursed, is curled up in a glow of a yellow sun. What became of the ship that you used to get here? It is the property of the Von Valencius dynasty. Apologies, we couldn't save it. The ship was damaged during the escape. We're lucky it got us all the way to Footfall. It's at the far docks, but there isn't much use for it anymore. It doesn't look like it's going to fly anywhere. And the local recollegers have already removed some of the valuable parts. You can send your people to take apart whatever's left, scavenge some components. The map of the Expanse was revealed to me before the Sea of Souls roiled and tangled the paths. How did you, desperate ones, reach Footfall all the way from the Kranich system without a navigator? Frightened by Cassia's appearance, the refugee covers his face with his hands, trembling violently. Please forgive my worthless words. We were feeling our way back in the dark, you could say. All we had is some old maps. We prayed to the God Emperor day and night while our helmsman piloted the course. A miracle it must have been, your lordship. We're hurling accusations at your masters. That is a sign of treason. And it must be punished accordingly. Do you realize this? Please have mercy. A few idiots shouted some things, that's all. We shut them up ourselves already. It was their grief and fear talking. Please don't punish the rest of us for it. You're pardoned. You may board my ship and continue to serve the Von Valencius dynasty. Praise be to the Emperor. We're saved and pardoned. We'll do as we're told. We won't say another word.
A new challenge for me?
Alright. We head in here. Hopefully we don't blow up another trap. 75% this time. Argenta, why are you... Why does it feel like your demolition is lower than normal, somehow? Maybe I usually come in here at a higher level. Nah, it'd have to be a way higher level. Well, here's hoping.
Never doubt me.
Nice.
Victory awaits.
Good lord, I'm 9 XP away
Would you
from
look at
leveling
that?
up.
The Emperor favors me
There we
today.
go. We got our level. I will take the level after ads. The ads are going to last for 3 minutes. They disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch you all in 3 minutes. Alright, the ads are finished, and we level up. What am I grabbing here? Medicae signal? Probably Medicae signal. Yeah, I'll go Medicae signal. I do like being able to heal. What am I grabbing here? Reckless Rush? Probably. Yeah, Reckless Rush. Cassia, you get Point of Curiosity. Cabela. What am I grabbing with you? Gift of Torment? No. Pain Resonance, that's what it is. That's what I want. Like 90% sure. Going to double check though. Yep. This will make it so that all enemies in a 4-cell radius around the Executioner immediately suffer an extra instance of damage over time if they're suffering or if they have damage over time on them. And then they must pass a resistance test or end up with some other affliction. Like blinded, slowed. And because we inflict bleeding most of the time, it'll usually be blinded, which is very nice for survivability. Abelard, you get Wall of Rockcrete. It's between that and defensive stance, but I go Wall of Rockcrete first. This is just so nice for keeping people alive. And then do not falter, I think. Oh yeah, no. Do not falter is very good. Idira. I am grabbing... What am I grabbing on you? Right, I was grabbing prescience. That's what it was. Because, good lord, is this nice. And then later on, I'll be getting warp speed, which gives increased movement and agility and AP. There we go. All is good.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Zinch friends! Isn't it adorable?
Take a knee, as bow before me.
The Masters demand your death!
Alright, let's see here. Cassia, you can be here. None of our DPS is doing anything early, which kind of sucks. Idira. You can be here. Vesper can be here. What if I... Okay, Idira, what if I move you here? Am I able to move Vesper? There is no universally good spot for you, is there? This is probably fine. I will move... here. And I think that's a fine spot for my Servo Skull Swarm. Maybe? Yeah, if I move it, I won't be able to move it back to where it was, so... Argenta... I will let you be here, on the edge of both of them. Bella. Come on up here. Abelard. Front and center. Alright, Cassia, I need you to give me an extra turn here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will give Abelard my You Serve Me, because this doesn't actually propagate properly. Even though it says it does, it just throws it on someone random. At least it did last combat. So, we'll just throw it on Abelard. Voice of command does propagate properly, though.
Already done.
And I Medicae signal.
All too easy.
And then we have Cassia attempt to stun them.
I'm not accustomed to...
Yeah, we stunned a lot of them. And even with a 5 is stunned. The pink horror did not get stunned. Oh, it did. This might be the only one that didn't. Yeah. That's fine. I'm okay with that. So we forewarning on Vesper. We prescience on Vesper. We iron arm on Vesper.
Anything else?
And then we... then we switch over to the shot, or the sniper rifle. I did equip the... Yes. Whenever the wearer hits an enemy with Deadeye Shot, it reduces the enemy's deflection by 1 and applies +1 exploit until the end of combat. Stacks up to 3 times. I don't know... How much deflection does this have? None? That's fine. Still worth. And then I will... expose weakness. Cassia solo run when? Oh, man. I wouldn't be able to do a Cassia solo run. What I would be able to do, though, is make a rogue trader using the mod that opens up the navigator origin. That's as close as I'd be able to get. Unless I could potentially remove the rogue trader from the party with Toy Box, but I feel like that would probably break things. Yeah, there's a mod that opens up, like, all of the companion origins. Alright. I will move on Argenta to get her in position. By the way, you know, she just has a few buffs. Just a couple. Why did Cabela get... Hold up here. Extrapolation. Whenever the Overseer uses non-attacking single-target abilities on the Servo's Skull Swarm, they are immediately applied to all relevant targets. If the effect of those abilities is calculated... I thought I needed energy multiplier for this to work. It's acting like I already have energy multiplier. That's weird. Weird. Oh no, this is just the movement. Wait. It gave the movement to another random person in the area? I mean, okay. Sorry, I was thinking bring it down, but no, that's just the movement. I'm okay with that. Alright, Argenta, get a turn.
Nothing I can't do.
I will concentrated fire. Blast him. Why am I able to move after attacking? I'm confused. Whatever. Whatever. We run and gun.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And then I can finest our Argenta. So, Revel and Slaughter. Reckless Rush. Concentrated Fire. Move over here. Fire so that you hit these three. Run and gun. %. That guy's on his back right now. I don't care too much about him.
You, my Emperor.
And I can hit him anyway. Nice. So yeah, we just fire a couple times.
As the Emperor commands, you, my Emperor. Faith without deeds.
God, that's doing so much damage. Alright, I can run up here. And fire this way.
I shall not fear.
Relocate
Suits my purposes.
up to here. Oops. That was one too far. Oh well, whatever.
It will be
Brace for
done.
impact. Endure. Wall of rock create.
Victory is imminent.
Charge. Sworn enemy.
I will do my duty.
Taunt.
Indeed.
Block.
Will be done.
It's not even round 2 yet. This feels so much stronger than my last playthrough. Just 2 officer things.
I am your blade and shield. The shadows will see it done.
Captive audience. Blade
As
dance.
an order caught by the web.
Abelard, you're probably fine with this. Exactly. Well, I'm gonna have to replace somebody with Solomorn, and I don't know who I replace. Probably Cabela, much as I hate to say it. Because, the alternative is Argenta. And while Cabela is definitely stronger than Argenta, I really don't want to be purposefully abusing Cabela. Like, if it happens, it happens in combat. If she scales to that point in combat. But I'm not going to go out of my way to scale, like, intentionally scale her like that. Blaspheming heretic. Who were you praying to? I know those words. That call to a lore. Of course you know them. I recognize you too, lackey to the corpse on the throne. Haven't you already experienced the power of the true God? Didn't you flee from us, shedding tears? Argenta recoils as if from a blow, but then steps forward, grabs the cultist by the scruff of his neck, and makes him look into her eyes, burning like embers. I am one of the Adeptus Sororitas, and I have never, not once in my life, fled from heretics and betrayers of humankind. Can't you see he's trying to get under your skin? I bet he wants a quick bullet to the head instead of a bonfire. Despite her tone, she is looking around anxiously and rubbing her temples. Smells of a dark future, like a noose around the neck. Argenta, wait, the heretic must be interrogated. What do you want to know, servants of the Corpse Emperor? The names of my brethren? How many of us there are? Where we are? I will tell you myself. We are myriad, and we are everywhere. Soon, very soon, you will hear our voices, and when you hear them, at your back, so close to you can feel our breath, then you will know the power of the true God. The Undying Emperor is the one true God. You will soon learn this when you face his harsh judgment, as will all your accomplices. Cabela's voice is filled with cold implacability. Just how many of you vermin are there? First Raikid Minoris, now here. How do you know Argenta? Have you seen her on Footfall before? Not on Footfall, in another place. She flew right in like a bird into a snare. Argenta is staring at the cultist, her eyes wide, as if against her will. She whispers 2 words, Salus Prime. Argenta, what is he talking about? She snaps out of it, as if emerging from a reverie. A planet, a place, it doesn't matter. I know these heretics. I fought them and was gravely wounded, but I swear I never turned from them and ran. She turns to the cultist, her eyes filled with cold fury. If you truly have seen me on Salus Prime, someone among you must know a way to get there. You have your own ship, a navigator. Answer me. Ships and maps, roads and doors, we have them all. But our paths are not for you. The true God spins his web, and you are but a fly caught in it. But where is the spider? The cultist's eyes fill with madness. Who or what is this true God you keep mentioning? You will know, in time. The cultist gives you a wicked smile, painted with fresh blood on his lips. And a Argenta. You can kill me, servants of the Corpse Emperor, but you can't stop the victory of the true God. The edge of daybreak is nigh. The hour of his triumph approaches. Silence hangs for a minute, then Argenta turns to you and shrugs nonchalantly. That's it. We've fulfilled Reverend Hieronymus's request, which means I am now free. I can continue my travels with you, rogue trader. Before we leave this den, let us round up what remains of the blasphemers. I would like to cleanse this place with purifying flame, but perhaps we can find clues that might tell us where these heretics came from, or if they have any more associates. We need to talk, but it can wait. Let's meet on the ship when it's time to depart Footfall. Heretical. Once per turn, when the wearer uses a psychic power attack, they either restore 2 AP or take 10 warp damage with a 50... No. I'm not dealing with that. I know how my RNG runs.
Follow my lead. Done.
Alright, we collect all. I have a better foe hammer now. Like, so much better. Holy cow. And then we get Sororitas boots. What boots are you currently wearing? Ah. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine.
It's about time.
That'll be fine. I will walk up here. Let's go play with the crematorium.
None shall stand in my way.
Oh yeah, I can talk with Hieronymus here. Your request has been fulfilled. The cultist den in the Shadow Quarters has been cleared out. 77 experience. I hope that their suffering was commensurate to their deeds. I have a question about faith. I'm just gonna quickly go through this. I don't want to read all of it. Do I? No. I just want to make sure that there's no XP to be missed here. Ooh, there's an iconoclast option here. I will actually choose the dogmatic option here, though. Many would consider your remarks about the ecclesiarchy to be heretical. Who is the enemy of the Imperium? Tell me about incendiary Chorda. Since when is orchestrating massacres a sign of virtue? Thank you for the explanations. Alright. Here we are. You get some holy gifts. And jewelry. Sadly, I don't have much more to give you at the moment. Which is fine. I will put this on for the moment. The low hum of voices quiets and a dozen gazes shift to you. The tall man with a shaved head is rubbing his hands together nervously. His opulent clothes are nearly bursting at the seams on his muscular body, and his expression is forbiddingly grim. Still, he's trying to put on an air of friendliness. Greetings, you must be. He glances at the scroll in his mechanical hand implant. Master Fidelio, all the guests have arrived. You're the last on the list, and we couldn't, well, start without you. Your presence is absolutely vital. Play along. Of course, I'm Fidelio. He puts on a broad smile, but then catches himself and quickly frowns once more. Please, ahem. We can talk later. Chaplain is about to begin. What is this tomfoolery? Abelard grumbles, but not before making sure that the man is out of earshot. I look around. The gathering you found yourself at seems refined and respectable at first glance. The decorations and the attendees' clothes speak of wealth, and so does the location, which isn't far from the Liege's residence. But you notice that most of those gathered are of rather imposing physique. Many of them have scars and military-grade implants. Several of the guests look like they're covering the exit. A few are clearly carrying concealed weapons. Your appearance has definitely attracted everyone's attention. Just about everyone, or every guest here, keeps glancing at you, and some are clearly watching your every move, even though they are trying not to show it. I wonder who this Fidelio is and why they cannot start proceedings until he or she appears. Judging by the way that fellow with that list was talking about this individual, it's someone very important, but it's not a name I've heard before. I've never heard the name before either. What is this place and what is going on here? I know nothing about this place, but I can feel that something's in the works here. I sense danger and opportunity. And the danger is a whole lot greater. Let's join the attendees. I want to see what this is about. Oh, what a terrible, sorrowful day. We pay our respects to the life and soul of Footfall Society, a loyal servant of the Imperium, a generous benefactor who spared no expense to keep the fire of faith burning. and an example to all future generations. The most noble and unforgettable Master Belardo. This loss, the fussy administratum clerk speaks in a strained voice and keeps peeking at a paper with text on it. The speech drags on, blending into a monotonous cascade of praises of the late Master Belardo. So let us offer a prayer to the Emperor for the repose of Master Belardo's soul and the prosperity of his heirs. I now pass you over to our most reverend chaplain. A formidable-looking man, dressed in the attire of an ecclesiarchy missionary, glares at the gathered crowd. And here you all are? You vultures? Let's offer a prayer then. But if you think that the Emperor or the messenger of his will, in other words, myself, does not see into your vile souls, you are sorely mistaken. Chaplain looks at you and gives a slight nod. I wasn't referring to Master Fidelio. At least Denz himself wanted to see him at his funeral. But the rest, I know every one of you, and I would be astonished to discover anyone here who truly mourns this loss. So go ahead, pray for Belardo's soul. Soon the flames will take him, a fitting end for a life like his. May the Emperor keep his soul. Without another word, Chaplain makes the sign of the Aquila and pointedly turns away from the attendees. We have a 90% awareness here.
As it should be.
People definitely wanted Fidelio dead. There's an odd smell to this amasec. It seems very likely that the drink has been poisoned. The tall man who welcomed you at the entrance is shifting from foot to foot and keeps glancing around with a gloomy expression. He nods to you sympathetically. Master Fidelio? You never introduced yourself? I'm Dagon Othio. I was the first mate on Denz's ship. I mean, Master Belardo. How did Belardo die? Badly. He went downhill real fast. Just a year ago, he was still living it up, storming the slum asteroids to shoot riffraff and mutants, and then all of a sudden he was done. His old wounds had caught up with him, and he had plenty of those, both from the old days and more recent ones, like when somebody tried to bump him off 12 years back, I think it was. That all? Yep. Oh, no, I'm not leaving. Oops. I just wanted to talk with a suspicious tech priest, but I can't even talk with him, so...
I won't tolerate
that's fine.
Weakness.
Let's talk with Cass Belardo. A man of indeterminate age turns to you and sighs loudly. You can tell by his breath that he came to the ceremony after indulging in 1 or 2 glasses of strong drink. Ah, Master Fidelio. I've heard so much about you, and here you are at last, in the flesh. We haven't been introduced? Pardon me. As Belardo, I have the honor of being the only child of the deceased. He sends a mocking salute in the direction of the coffin. You don't seem particularly grief-stricken over your father's death. If I was the one lying in that box, he wouldn't be crying his eyes out either. The son's feelings are complicated. I wasn't a good son. Old Denz wasn't a good father. But I do miss him in my own way, yes. He always seemed timeless to me. Not just a bag of meat and ugly ambitions like the rest of us are. What did Belardo die of? Age, debauchery, old wounds. By the end, my old dad was more implant than man. Especially after the assassination attempt. People tried to kill him, you see, about 12 years ago. And what is it that you've heard about me? That you were very close with. Ah, forget it. I didn't mean anything by it. Just making conversation. Thank you for speaking with me. Goodbye. Whoever prepared the body of the gray-haired man lying in the coffin, they did a good job. Even in death, he looks majestic. Abelard maintains a grave expression befitting the occasion until he sees the face of the deceased. He frowns, he peers at it with suspicion, and he gasps, astonished, almost dazed. I'll be. This is quite the meeting, if it can be called such under the circumstances. Take a good look at the deceased. The implants left in the deceased's body speak of his high standing. Expensive tech is typically extracted from the dead, and only the most prominent and wealthy avoid this fate upon their death. Abelard, you know this man? Do I? I would tell you all about this man, but the words I'd use would be improper for a funeral. This, your lordship, is Jerrycan Denz. Known back in the day as one of the most notorious pirates in the Coronis Expanse. They nicknamed him Jerrycan for his habit of having a jug or two of promethium on hand. He did love burning things. Oh yes, he was a menace back then. How long ago was it? 60 years ago? I was serving my last days in the Navy when news came of his latest attack. Abelard distractedly runs a hand through his hair. Well, well, there was a time when the sight of Jerrycan in a coffin would have been enough to make me dance, quite literally. By the throne, I would have danced a jig on the spot, but now, I don't know. No more jumping into the warp right from under the cruiser's nose, eh, you old beast? Who would have thought I'd be at your funeral? This is very grand for a pirate's funeral. Is this normal for Footfall? Folks on Footfall are known to turn a blind eye to many things, but even the locals aren't so unscrupulous as to honor pirate scum a few paces away from the Liege's residence. But no one has heard of Denz for so many decades. I barely recognized him myself. And I'd seen his face on Picts a fair few times back then. I assume he retired and started a more or less honest life under a new name. What was it they were calling him? Master Bellardo? Now I remember. Reverend Hieronymus mentioned the name Master Bellardo as one of the biggest donors to the temple. Step away from the coffin. Book of Remembrance. Among the words of parting and praise for the deceased, a fresh entry stands out, repentance, with a signature underneath, Fid. The letters are crabbed and barely legible.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oh no! R.I.P.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Efficient armored body glove. And shredder shotgun. Alright. We take these. How does the shredder shotgun compare to the combat shotgun? Just better, huh? Slightly less armor penetration. Do I value the armor penetration more? I think I might. Cassia. You know what? This is actually equivalent, but gives full dodge, so I will do that. To use the shredder shotgun or not. Oh, it has dodge reduction on it. Yeah, we use this then. I'll hold on to this for a little.
It's about time.
Stop. There.
I better myself through my service.
Alright.
Follow my lead.
Girl dressed in expensive clothes raises her sad little face to you and says in a serious tone, "Hello. Who are you and what are you doing here?" "Hiding. I thought I was going to cry and I didn't want anyone to see. My name is Adelia Bellardo. It's my grandpa in there, in the box." Argenta's face softens. She reaches out and gently strokes Adelia's head. "The tears will pass, Adelia. The tears will pass. The strength will return, and your courage will never leave you." Adelia tries to smile and then just nods seriously. "If you do not wish to be parted from your forefather, then sever his head, embalm it, and put it in your bed." Cabela's voice sounds mundane, like she's explaining the most basic things. "Speak to him before you go to sleep, and after you wake up. And that way, he will stay with you." Adelia... What? Adelia shrinks away fearfully, looking to you for protection. Don't listen to the lady. The lady's nuts. Like, properly off her rocker. Listen to your elders. Eat your breakfast. Don't cut off your grandpa's head. Where are your parents? My dad is Cass Bellardo. He's with the guests, and my mum ran away. They told me she hates Dad and Grandpa. I guess she hates me too. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I don't even miss her anymore. I miss Grandpa. He was the nicest. She presses her lips together and lets out a quiet, very unchildlike sigh. Have you ever heard the name Fidelio? It's someone my dad is very mad at. But Dad is always mad at everyone. At Grandpa, Mum, Dagon, Chaplain. Did your grandfather ever mention the word repentance to you? He did. That word kept appearing in our house, and nobody knew who wrote it. It used to make Grandpa happy when he was little. He always smiled when he saw it. But then, later, when I was a little bigger and Grandpa was already old, it stopped making him happy. He was sad. He would just sit there and stare at nothing. And after that, when he got sick," she stops, her big eyes glistening with tears. "When he got sick, the writing started to scare him. More and more of it appeared. Repentance, 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 even in his bedroom. One time he pointed at the word and said something very weird about dead eyes, and about cobras going to class." "What did you say? Cobras going to class? Are you sure that this is what your grandfather said?" "Of course I'm sure. When Grandpa was ill, I sat with him, and this one time he started talking about cobras. I was sad, but it was also a little funny. 'Cobra get the class,' he said." Perhaps this is old Navy officer in me talking, but I'm almost certain he wasn't talking about a snake, but a Cobra class destroyer. Cobra going to class, you see? Maybe. Someone left strange words in the Book of Remembrance as if they were from Fidelio. That wasn't your doing by any chance. Ah, would have been a funny prank. But I don't play pranks. It was someone else. Maybe Fidelio did it. Very quietly. Or maybe it was someone who's not on the list. But also someone who nobody would suspect.
Victory awaits!
Up close, Chaplain leaves an even stronger impression. A tall, burly man whose face and hands bear numerous scars. His entire visage seems to tell the story of many heretics who met their end upon their encounter with this adept of true faith. Pleasure to meet you, Master Fidelio. I prefer to go by Chaplain. It is both my name and my occupation. You know, it's funny how despite being Denz's, that is to say Master Bellardo's, closest associate and confessor, I've never heard of you. The man he chose to be his sole heir. I'm glad, of course, that that the inheritance didn't go to any of the others, the vultures. But I'm still curious. Why you? We were especially close. Unsurprising, Denz did like remarkable people, and he knew how to get people to like him. Given the speech during the ceremony, I take it you're not fond of the other attendees? I'm a missionary of St. Drusus, and the truth of the Imperium speaks through me, so I see no point in pretense. All who have gathered here have one goal: to bite a chunk out of Denz's estate. Ambition and aspirations of wealth are not immoral in and of themselves, but it's just that I'm sickened by the thought that such a great man has left behind nothing but a pile of human refuse. His son is a drunk and a weakling. His friend Dagon, the one who greeted you at the entrance, is a dim-witted brute with an incredibly bloated ego. His widow made off on the family yacht in the direction of the Maw while his body was still warm, with an entourage of 5 brawny, good-looking young fellows. I'd like to believe that he didn't choose you as his heir on a whim, Master Fidelio. At least you had the guts to come here, into a nest of vipers who despise you because Denz's money and property slipped through their fingers. I respect that kind of audacity, and so did he. Question, if I may: how was it that an ecclesiarchy missionary came to be friend and associate of a famous pirate? You know why they call me chaplain? Because I was the priest on Denz's ship in his wilder days. You'd be surprised? Or if you're surprised, you shouldn't be. There are plenty of heretic scum among the pirates of the Expanse, but Denz wasn't one of them. He was a true believer, and he shared more of the Imperium's ideals than some of those stiff-necked officers. A leader with an iron fist and an iron will? Don't we owe our conquest of thousands of star systems to people like that? And the ones he robbed were mostly types that no true subject of the Imperium would shed a tear over. Xenos, heretics, not all of them, of course, but the Emperor will judge if Denz was a decent man. On the matter of the inheritance... when can I claim it? You just can't wait, can you? After the funeral. Denz will be delivered into the flames, then we will announce his last will and testament, and you will officially come into inheritance. I have a strong suspicion that someone here wants me dead. The chaplain grins. You don't say. How can this be? Someone wants the sole heir of a tremendous fortune dead, in the place where the other contenders, deprived of these riches, have gathered. If you, Master Fidelio, really are worthy of Denz's name, you will deal with these minor vicissitudes. Consider this my blessing. The Emperor protects anyone who deserves it, that is. Thank you for speaking to me. I must go.
I won't tolerate weakness.
You hear someone delicately clearing their throat. The source of this sound turns out to be the administratum clerk you saw next to Chaplain. His clothes are neat and impeccably pressed. My good Master Fidelio, I do hope you're satisfied with the services provided by our establishment. I beg of you, help me. But please keep your voice down. We can't let anyone hear us. It's a matter of life and death. What's the matter? Please understand, it's very difficult to get by on Footfall with my wages, and Imperial Regulation 4038L on post-mortal service workers on peripheral worlds directly prohibits the chief operator of the crematorium from leaving their workplace for any reason other than sleep, food, severe illness, and administration of sacraments. Therefore, I am forced, practically forced, to look for other sources of income that allow me to stay within the walls of this here establishment. I've set up a little, shall we say, enterprise. I replace the implants of the deceased with identical replicas and sell them to the right people when I have a shipment ready. I had just prepared the newest batch of superb, unique implants of the highest quality, but I got careless. I used my first sick leave in 4 standard years, and it was on that very day that Master Bellardo passed away, and his family was quick to organize a ceremony in our crematorium. I simply didn't have time to prepare, and now my container full of goods, it's in the furnace, and if you don't help me, they're going to burn it any minute. So you hid valuables in the crematorium's furnace? I've been hiding them there for 10 years now, and quite successfully, I might add. Only the richest citizens can afford the services of a crematorium, and sadly, they don't die all that often. Usually I sell the goods before the next body arrives, but I got unlucky this time. Help me, I beg of you. I will help you on the following condition. You see, I am most definitely Master Fidelia. I'm afraid I've misplaced some of my documents. If you make me a copy of everything you can find in the archives that has my name on it, you'll get your contraband. Of course, will do. You'll be most pleased with the results. Just help me for throne's sake. Throne preserve you. Make it look like you're just having a look around. It's a lot easier if you wander into a restricted area without arousing suspicion than it is for me. Find the container. It's in the far corner. Get out and come back. I'll be waiting. Alright, it is time again for ads to play. 3 minutes of ads will disable pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I will catch everyone in 3 minutes. Alright. The ads are finished. And into the crematorium we go.
None shall stand in my way.
See,
I feel like I'm... Oh, there it is. I was like, I feel like I'm missing a bunch of checks here. But... I found it.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
We tech
I did
use.
fine.
Looks like they repurposed the nozzle of an ancient station engine for the needs of the crematorium.
It's about time.
An expected result.
Just to get a little more XP off of that.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
How may I serve the dynasty?
Alright. I'm gonna have you come over here. I
Let's
will...
move.
The lid of the container automatically opens. When touched, it is completely empty. You, Idira.
Enjoy your luck while you still draw breath. Curse you, miscreant.
Can you...
Was that you?
We never told you to fight like this.
There we go. They're on fire? On fire? Put them out? Put them out quick. The voices come to you through streams of something thick and foul. Your eyes are covered with whatever your unbidden saviors saw fit to splash over your head. At last, you can make out the silhouette of a vagrant dressed in rags leaning over you. He throws up his hands. Your lordliness. Are you alright? Did you hit anything? Any bad burns? You fell right through that there ceiling, and it's mighty high up. Who are you, and what are you doing down here? We live here, is all, your lordliness. You see, these are old tunnels. They dug them back in Parsimus Dwayne's times. Right through the asteroid. It's a little stuffy down here, but it's warmer than up in the big palaces on the surface. Apologies. I keep sneezing. And it sure is warm under the crematorium's furnace. They barely burn anyone up there, but they do fire it up often enough, and that's good enough for us. Sure, sometimes an odd smell makes it through the vents, like they're making a roast. Makes your mouth water. But what can you do? That's the cost of comfort for you. You happen to know who Fidelio is? I mean, wasn't there that Fid lad that used to live under the Fifth Void? And his hussy kept yelling all like, my Fido? Fidelio? Fid? Same deal, right? How do I get out of here? Well, there's no climbing back into the crematorium for you. Look for yourself, it's all burnt and collapsed. But it's no biggie. There's only one way up there, so you won't get lost. First, you'll need to pull this big old lever to open the doors. By the busted pipe, that's where the lever is. After that, you just walk through the corridors, the shaft, the old warehouse, and there you are, on the surface. I'm feeling kind today, here for your help with the fire. Thank you kindly. Something to buy a bit of food with. Because, well, we used our soup to put you out, you see. And it was only 2 days old. I must take my leave. All the best on your journey and all. May the Emperor help you and guide you out.
Say no more.
Alright, nobody actually got injured from that either. Nice. That might be the fastest I've ever gotten down from there.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Oop. Promethium.
A new challenge for me?
I'm just stealing all these poor people's rations and such.
My warp sight reveals something.
Victory awaits!
There it is. Good old Hans showing me where stuff is.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Alright, 75% athletics.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
And you get XP for going back through it as well.
Unexpected result. Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Okay, that's the way I'm supposed to go. Is there anything this way? Negative. Okay. A horrible stench reaches your nostrils long before you see its source. A corridor where punctured pipes are disgorging streams of murky sludge. In the distance, you see the lever that opens the doors leading outside. The only way to reach it is by submerging yourself in the sludge. I'm too old for this shit. Ahem. Cassia brings the corner of a perfumed shawl to her nose. I think I'm going to be sick. Someone's got to go and pull the lever, right? I propose our holy sister as a candidate. A seeker after spiritual purity shouldn't be put off by a little bit of ordinary muck, after all. Hardy har har. As everyone knows, the person who does all the dirty work for the rogue trader is his seneschal. Sorry, Abelard, but I serve House von Valencius. Abelard salutes you and marches onward with dignity. And our trusty seneschal has minus 30 fellowship, which leaves him with 5 at the moment.
It's about time.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Knuckle Guard grants the wearer a +5 bonus to weapon skill. It also grants any equipped melee weapons +5% armor penetration and +2 damage.
What torments you?
Alright, you don't need the first aid manual anymore. I have Idira with Invigorate. Logic, huh?
That didn't go as I'd hoped.
Do you require an audience?
None shall stand in my way.
Am I able to do this still or not? It still shows, but Alright, well, I guess I failed that. Hopefully it wasn't anything I needed. Like build defining or anything.
An expected result.
A new challenge for me.
Alright, I can equip this again.
Let us see what I found.
Duty prevails.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
No way to get over there, huh? That's fine. To the warehouse. An assortment of parts for void shield arrays. They look used, but still too new to be replaced.
Follow my lead.
What do we have here? An auto gun and a stimulant injector. Move it! I said move it! If the inspection gets to the circuit station before we do, I'll have all of you recycled. Yelling your brains out at servitors won't make them work faster. You know, another way to get the lazy brutes to shift themselves? Well, I'm all ears. If the inspection sees a circuit station without a unit, they'll go to Vladame with this, and if Vladame finds out, he won't mince words. He'll give us the old Caspelican severance, as in kick us out with the Kick us out the trash chute without a void suit. We're down, we'll be fine. Back in my transport days, I'd show the inspection the same protection screen on 8 different sites, and I never got busted once. I seriously doubt that Fladeum's inspectors are any more diligent. They'll fall for our 1 support unit on 3 circuit stations. They won't notice a thing. Better worry about selling the 2 units that we bought. Who the throne is this? Hello, I'm Fidelio. You know, one of these times I should actually name my rogue trader Fidelio and see if there's any, like, specific dialogue for this area. If I do, I am like 99% sure there isn't, but it would be kind of funny. I could also just dig around the text files and find out, but where's the fun in that, you know? Fidelio, I've no idea who that is. Believe it or not, neither do I. The 2 strangers glance at each other in disbelief and reach for their weapons. And just who are you and what are you doing in here? We're from Footfall Station Services, carrying out scheduled maintenance. But you're not going to believe that, are you? You heard everything. After glancing briefly at his partner, the man lays a hand on his weapon. I promised my wife I would go a month without murder. Too bad. I'd rather break my word than get on the Liege's bad side. You dare threaten one of the Von Valencius dynasty? You will pay for this. But, whatever. We'll worry about that later.
And you'll die quickly.
Oh, nice. Argenta's going early. I like that. I always like when Argenta gets to go early-ish. Cassia, you can be here. Actually, Cassia, I will move you here. I will be here. Oh, I can't be there. Okay. Cassia, you go back up there. I come up here. I move my servo skull there. Idira. Yeah, that'll be good enough. Argenta, you come here. Cabela. I don't actually know if this gets hit with both. I'll find out. I know this one definitely doesn't. This one is kinda sus. And Abelard, you, good sir, are front and center as per usual. Cassia. First things first, give me a turn. Then I will give Argenta, you serve me. And then propagate my buffs.
Already done.
Medicae signal.
All too easy.
And we will lidless gaze and hit most of them. Oh no, I broke my cover. What'll I do? Good handful of them got stunned. Argenta, if you move up here... Yeah, that'll work. I'll have you concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Reckless rush.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
Run and gun. And then here.
Guided by faith. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, we even have enough for a toxic needle.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
There we are. Toxic needle is fun. I like this. Abelard. Brace for impact.
At your beck.
Endure. You know what? Yeah, something like this. Wall of Rockcrete. And then you can charge up here. And then you can taunt. Sworn enemy. $16 to $20. $12 to $12.
It will be done.
Hey, Cabela. Come on up here. Hop in between them.
Blades and shadows.
And then you captive audience into Blade Dance.
My blade whispers your name. Death is a blessing.
What is your agility right now? 81. Oh, okay, that's why you're getting so many, 3 attacks with each one.
Trust me.
We Blood Oath.
The other
Slap.
side awaits.
Blood Oath
As
this
honor
one.
ordained.
Walk over here and jump on it.
Death comes in silence.
Pain Resonance. Into where it hurts. This is fine. Over here. I will move here. Give Argenta movement. And then have her come up over here. This will be fine. Where I will
My time
give Finest
is
Hour.
now.
Doubt is for the weak.
Concentrated Fire. Reckless Rush.
As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer.
Revelin Slaughter.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Run and Gun.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Each strike is a prayer.
Well, they went down easily enough. Bella, you ended up with an injury because I had you Blood Oath a couple times. That's fine.
We've got a
We
job
have
to do,
Idira
Bucket.
with Invigorate,
Anything else?
which we then just move so that it doesn't look like it's on cooldown forever. Or that's not working now? I don't know. Whatever. I feel very strong with this group.
So the Lord Katzen is indulging the spinners now? Is he going to start cutting people left and right because the Undying One gave him a sign?
Hey now.
Oh, by the Holy Throne. I hope not. This dynasty is enough of a mess as it is.
It's about time.
Is there anything up over this way?
Victory awaits.
Alright, back out to Footfall. I don't even feel like I need to go back to the ship for anything. Like, I could get Fellowship back on Abelard, but he doesn't really use it for anything, so I don't care too much. Is it true that Pirate Denz Bellardo was your parishioner, and that he endowed the Drusians with donations? It is, over the course of his life, that reprobate had burdened his soul with many vile and egregious acts. His confessions were akin to a grand catechism listing humankind's eminent vices and enormities. It was all the more painful for him to realize that of all the heinous acts he'd committed, not one had been forgotten by the Emperor. Denz Bellardo was afraid of death, and that which would await him after. He hoped to atone for his misdeeds. He yearned to convince, if not the Emperor, then himself at least, that he had been more than a conscious speck of malignant mold his entire life. Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. And it's true for miscreants above all others. The greater the transgression, the more miraculous and wondrous the repentance.
None shall stand in my way.
As soon as you appear, a dozen eyes and guns shift. Bro, what are you doing? shift in your direction. The guests of the ceremony no longer pretend to be peaceful mourners. They are, however, stunned to see you. I don't believe it. You had the nerve to come back after your tumble through the flames? Listen, Dagon, I hate you, you hate me, but maybe we can set aside our differences for the sake of our mutual target, so to speak. The man nods at you and narrows his eyes ominously. Finally, boy, you're showing some signs of being your father's son. Denz would never beat around the bush with rivals. Shoot their head off and be done with it. Anyway, I accept your proposal. He aims his weapon at you. Or at me. We've tried killing you quietly. That didn't work out. So we'll just kill you plain and simple, like, this is Footfall for throne's sake. Bye-bye, Fidelia. Oh well, let's get this over with, I suppose.
Take a knee and bow before me. Show them no mercy.
Oh, boy. Cassia, I'm going to rely on you a lot here. This fight is a little scary with my initiative rolls, not gonna lie. Idira, you can come here. Am I able to move this one over? Yes. Maybe here? Yeah, that's better. Argenta, I will leave you back here since you're my main DPS. Bella, I want you to get the buffs. I didn't pay attention to if that one got the buffs last time. Either way. You're in range here, and out of range of most of them, I think. Abelard. Front and center as usual. Cassia. Allow me to buff people.
If you insist, Lord Captain.
I will... Yeah, I'll give it to Argenta again.
Not a problem for me.
And we propagate.
Already done. Nothing I can't do.
Why am I not able to Medicaid signal? I was prior. Did I start with like one less action point for some reason? Whatever. Not too worried about it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, stunned, stunned, stunned. That's what we like to see.
Help me,
Ow.
Captain.
Ow.
Here we go.
Emperor, deliver us.
Alright, Idira. Propagate. Is this propagating to, Argenta? She's lighting up, but I'm not seeing the symbol above her head.
Will do.
Okay, yes it is. Prescience. And
But of
then
course.
this. I may as well get the kill that we can.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Invigorate's not doing much here. I think it can only really make things worse. Also, I should have had this equipped while I was buffing. That's fine.
Let's get to it. My heart still beats.
Let's get to it. Out of my way.
Alright, Argenta. If you come here, are you able to fire this and not hit any friendlies? Yes.
Rejoice in battle. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Okay, they're on their back. We run and gun. And come over here. To where I can potentially take these three out.
In righteous fury, I am the Tempest.
Why is my momentum so low?
Doubt is for the
Eh,
weak.
40%. Oh well. Bella, you come over here. How do you not have a jump charge? What? Alright, never mind. Bella, you come up here. You
As the
blood oath
tenants
this person. You walk up to them
I shall
and
not
slap
fail.
them. Then you jump down here.
The shadows will soon be done.
Captive audience into Blade Dance.
As honor, let your soul be purged. Let your soul be purged.
Into a hop over here. And we'll go Pain Resonance.
As the tenants.
And then where it
As
hurts,
honor ordains.
to slap this
The
one.
shadows.
Where
As
we can then
honor
jump
ordains.
here.
Is a blessing.
God, Cabella's so stupid. Jesus. Alright. This is fine. Argenta,
Easy.
you get to move. I'll move you here. Actually, no, I'll move you here.
Guided by faith.
And you can come here.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. As the Emperor commands, I can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Just a little bit of damage over here. We Medicae signal. And then I walk up here and I shield bash the guy on the ground
Not a problem for me.
for negligible amounts of damage, but I don't care. I want to do it anyway. Because then I can just walk back here anyway.
See how they respond to this.
And we're fine.
Hold on.
Alright, Cassia? Nope. They're going after Argenta. I'm okay with this. So we have a combat servitor up here, Cass there, first mate here, and then 2 ceremony guests. Alright. Am I able to taunt both of you? Yes. We brace for impact. Wall of Rockcrete. Endure. Taunt. Come over here and charge. And then we slap. I'm actually going to swarm an enemy and then just shield bash.
An exemplary strike.
That works out nicely. Then we come back over here. Alright. Point of curiosity. Let's Waking Nightmare. Can I get both of them? Yes. Can I Point of Curiosity them if they're on the ground?
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Killing brings me no pleasure.
No, but we did get Cabela to get a free attack off on the one, which was sufficient.
I'm not
Argenta, get another turn.
Around.
Alright. Here. 8%. No deflection, so that doesn't really matter. You've kind of already done your thing here.
What is
So I'll move you up here. And then expose weakness before taking a pot shot at this person. Alright, Argenta. I need you to go there.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Concentrated fire.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Cabela. I will have you come up here
As the tenets demand.
and play with the ceremony guest.
An offering of blood.
Too many buffs, I can't see them all.
There is only death. Yours or mine.
Oh, what the heck? Hurting myself just a little bit there. Took away my heroic act.
High momentum.
Alright, that's fine. I will give an extra turn to Argenta. Where I will concentrated fire.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Each strike is a prayer. Faith without
We
deeds is
freebie
worthless.
reload.
Doubt is
We
for the
reckless
weak.
rush. Not even if I shoot Cabela, can I? Oh, wait. We have a sniper rifle. 9%? What if I come over here? 9%? Okay, what about here? 9%? What? You don't have full cover from this direction? What the shit?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Abelard gets another turn here.
Indeed.
Endure. Make sure this person's taunted. $15 to $15, $11 to $16. Sworn enemy.
I will do
24 to 24. Argenta, get right up in on them.
Guided by faith.
Okay, I can go here
Forge ahead.
and fire like this. That's fine.
Let's make it quick.
Caught by the web.
Abelard over here has a bunch of temp HP. We endure yet again.
Indeed.
Sworn enemy. And then we come back here to charge in.
It will be done.
And 27 to 27, 25 to 31.
At your beck and call.
And I continue my trend of violent sneezes for the day. Ow.
I will do
I'll
my
taunt
duty.
again.
Isn't this
Abelard.
a job that serves?
It will be done. You didn't stand a chance.
Argenta, get him.
Rejoice in battle. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Run and gun.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
And Cabela, you can just come up here and slap. That'll be more than enough. Dagon lifts his bloodied face. Ah, it hurts. Yeah. Yeah. 40k people are built different. The crematorium's going to have its hands full today. You've stopped shooting? Oh no? Dad? Wonderful. This is a funeral Denz would be proud of. Treat their wounds. I'm not in a killing mood. Will do. I would ask the esteemed guest to stay for a moment longer. We still have an important bit of business to take care of. Are we done with the firing squads? I would like to finally resolve the matter of Denz's inheritance, and after that, give him a proper send-off. How's it going, Anga Velmar? Hope all is well. And yeah, just a Tuesday in the grimdark future. So according to the deceased's will, all of Bellardo's fortune goes not to his worthless son Cass, not to his brainless mate Dagon, but to Fidelio, a mysterious new heir. However, I believe a certain party would like to intervene in this process. Thank the Emperor. It wasn't a heavy bolter. Yeah. I'll be getting that soon enough. The only one here who truly loved Denz is his granddaughter, Adelia Bellardo. She inherits his fortune. The name on the will is Fidelio, but all his life Denz spat on laws. I think he'd understand. Ah, the old man, sure as throne, didn't expect this. The money is mine. Don't worry, sweetheart. Daddy will help you put your grandpa's riches to good use. Cass, have you gone deaf from all that drinking? The inheritance is Adelia's, not yours. If you make any attempt to coerce her, I, as Denz's executor, will be forced to take steps. Chaplain puts a hand on the handle of his hammer. Oh, I see. All of you have it in for old Cass, eh? Well, I'm afraid you leave me no choice. Daddy, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I promise I'll be good. I'll give you all of Grandpa's money. Shut your hole, brat. Listen up. All of you. Either the inheritance goes to me or I blow this one's brains out. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2... Repentance. Sobbing and crying her eyes out, Adelia, smeared with her father's blood, is shaking Cass's lifeless body. Dad? Daddy? Get up. I'll give you the inheritance. Demons take you, Cass? Threatening to murder your own daughter at your old man's funeral was a new low for you? You always were a useless waste, even in your final moments. Alright, ads are about to start. They last for 3 minutes. It disables the pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And I'll catch you all in 3 minutes. The ads are finished, and I can continue. Just give me one moment here. Alright. What happens? Examine the servitor. The servitor that was once a woman is kneeling, motionless, and showing no signs of life. There are 2 charred holes where the eyes once were. Some malfunction must have burned its brain from the inside. Its face bears a peaceful smile. What happens to the girl now? Chaplain sighs heavily as he looks at the weeping child. She's got no one left now. Her mother ran off to the edge of the galaxy, and her father, well, you saw her yourself. His brow furrows after a pause. He curses under his breath and nods. I'll look after her until she's grown up. I don't think I need to spell it out for you. A little girl with a tremendous fortune. Might as well paint a target on her forehead. If I take Adelia in, no one will dare to hurt her. Courtesy of the reputation that my turbulent past has earned me. And if they do dare... He casts a meaningful, sidelong glance at Cass's body. While I'm at it, I'll also help her not to squander her whole fortune, maybe even earn something extra, both for herself and you. I think the best investment would be a merchant ship. I'll teach her the basics of voidfaring, find some reliable suppliers, pull a few strings in the administratum, and just like that, she'll have herself a decent enterprise. Profit factor gained 4. I can tell you're an affluent sort. I imagine you could always use the services of a robust, reliable supply network. Leave the paperwork and other formalities to me. I'll contact your subordinates myself. Sorry, that last sneeze has me left blowing my nose repeatedly. So I have to keep stopping and doing that. I'm not even, like, sick. I don't know what the heck's up with my sinuses today. Why did the servitor attack Cass? I think that's one of Denz's house servitors. Cass brought them with him to his funeral. Could be a malfunction caused by some error during the servitorization process. Maybe Denz, knowing his friends and family as the scum they are, gave it orders to protect his granddaughter. Who could say at this point? Nice. That takes care of the inheritance. What do we do next? I would like to say goodbye to my old friend. The crematorium is a bit wrecked now, but who needs a crematorium? Denz loved having his enemies drenched in promethium and burned. They didn't call him Jerry Can Denz for nothing. I think it'd be a nice gesture to send him on his way in the same fashion. Thankfully, it's easy enough to procure Jerry Can of promethium on Footfall. Fitting. Want to stay and watch? With pleasure. Well, let's get started, I guess. Alright. Fun little battle there. What do we get on our next level ups? Ooh, talent. I think it's a talent for everyone, which will make me happy. We don't need any of that.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Sniper rifle, yeah, that's whatever.
Won't tolerate weakness.
Right, I think that's everything here. So I will switch over to the coercion hat, time being. Is there somewhere I can easily see my profit factor? Unpopular opinion here, I really wished for Owlcat Games BG3 instead of Larian. No, I don't know. I agree with you for the most part. Owlcat really understands pen and paper in general. I enjoy Baldur's Gate 3 for what it is, but what really made me start enjoying it is a perspective shift. I no longer look at it as a CRPG. I look at it more as an interactive visual novel with CRPG elements. And honestly, that makes me enjoy it more.
It's about time.
It's definitely not a bad game. Not even a bad CRPG, just by, like, CRPG standards. But, like... I don't know. It just doesn't have the depth that I'm looking for in most CRPGs. When I say depth, I mean, like, build diversity. Granted, neither does this game.
Artifacts on Footfall. They're fairly blatantly at that. And the Ordo Xenos is in no hurry to rectify the situation.
I think this game technically has less builds than... Wait, why do you have a crippled leg? What the hell? How did that happen? Oh, right, because you ended up really low HP.
Follow my lead.
Alright, well, just go fix that real quick then. Yeah, I have plans to do a playthrough of Wrath of the Righteous on stream as well at some point. But I'm trying to get my unfair Grim Darkness win in before Owlcat does their big balance patch later this year. They still haven't said when it's going to be, and they don't usually. So, trying to kind of focus on this first. Then when that big balance patch comes, I can play this again, and I can play Wrath of the Righteous.
You challenge for me?
Oh yeah, nah. There are lots of builds in both games. Just, nothing compared to, like, Wrath of the Righteous. Though, that's probably not a fair comparison. I don't think I've found a CRPG with more builds than Wrath of the Righteous. I don't know. I actually find honor mode to be the second easiest experience I've had in CRPGs outside of possibly Rogue Trader. But I've also beat Wrath of the Righteous with a single on unfair difficulty with a single with just the main character before. So, I mean, I don't know. True. I don't always think about that part because I try not to put myself on like a pedestal of like very good player or anything like that. But considering that I am able to, I still haven't beaten honor mode, mind you. But I got to essentially the very last zone and died to a dialogue option that I chose with no chance to roll dice or anything. So I'm considering that close enough for the time being. That's when I had the shift in perspective, and I was like, no CRPG would pull that bullshit. This is a visual novel. Visual novels do that shit.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Have not played through Pillars of Eternity. Or Tyranny. I tried streaming Pillars of Eternity back in the day, but even my regulars didn't show up for it. So, after like 2 streams of it, I just stopped. But I'm trying to rebrand my stream for more CRPG-centric stuff. So maybe if I can, like YouTube only? Yeah, maybe. Just I don't have time to do just YouTube only stuff. I stream for like 6 to 8 hours a day, and then I have to fiddle with trying to get the VOD from Twitch to YouTube, because Twitch only allows 100 hours of VODs now. So, and then if I want like any free time at all to, you know, shower, eat, etc. My patience, you remember the way out? Dismissed. The tall man in austere gray clothes makes a show of looking past the woman he's addressing. Awesome. I appreciate it. By the way, there might be more Age of Wonders 4 coming to the channel soon, with the new DLC coming out. We will see. If there is, it would probably be multiplayer with Alan and again. Vladaeum. What Ozzy put such harsh words into your mouth? You talk like you're an imperial clerk, not one of us.
A bit shocked, but friend, it's a relief and a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh, holy shit, that was loud. Ow. Thank you for the subscription. I very much appreciate it. Oh. Alright, need to tone that down a little. Made me about jump out of my seat. But yes, thank you. I really do appreciate it. The woman who is standing with her back to you lets out an ostentatious sigh, then her tone changes dramatically. Where's my cargo, Vladaeum? Balco has it, doesn't he? So that's how you do business with your old friends these days? So you don't remember. Then the help will remind you. Guards, escort her out. Hidari, move. The massive guard leans down to the woman and says in a lowered voice, Jay, get going while he's still letting you. Go drown your sorrows at the Amescus and thank your lucky stars you were able to walk out the door. You won't have the chance next time. Man, my air conditioning is really struggling to keep up last few days. First an insult and now threats. I see courtesy and tact are no longer valued commodity on Footfall. Oh well, I'll find myself a better deal. She turns on her heel and heads toward the exit. As she passes you by, she gives you a quick once-over, winks at you, then immediately turns away with a flip of her jet black hair. The tall man, who has long since noticed your presence, is studying you intently. Vladam Tokara, Liege of Footfall, let us please proceed to my office. A spread befitting a visitor of your rank is waiting. Your entourage will be accommodated nearby. Certainly, let's go. Please follow me. While you're engaged in small talk, you get a chance to take the measure of Liege Tokara. His expression is aloof and focused, his gestures curt and firm, and his speech calm and quiet, as though he is used to people always listening to what he says. Judging by his observant gaze, he has been studying you in turn this whole time. Let's talk business. On behalf of the elite of Footfall Station, I offer you my condolences, Lord Von Valencius. We mourn Lady Theodora's loss, and we hope this sentiment is taken as a sign of our good intentions and willingness to cooperate. I accept your condolences. He gives you a long look and then says calmly, I'm not versed in the language of the aristocracy, but I do hope that you didn't say anything unsavory. Either way, you've established a certain distance between us, and I will make note of it. I am impressed by your prudence, your decision to arrive on Footfall incognito without announcing either the death of the previous rogue trader or your own status. It is quite wise. The rumors will spread sooner or later. It's impossible to keep secret something that's known to the thousands of people serving on a void ship. But for now, you are free to reap the benefits of anonymity. Ugh. As you may have noticed, Footfall is currently in a state of crisis. People would benefit from the patronage of a figure such as yourself. Who was the woman the wardens threw out? A dead woman walking. Some, however, still call her Jai Hidari, a small-time hustler with big ambitions that will lead her to a sticky end. It's strange, a small-time hustler, even a particularly audacious one, wouldn't likely quarrel in public with a figure as important as the Liege of Footfall. What seems stranger still is that the Liege knows this small fry by name. He is irrelevant. Since I'm the one in control of the situation on Footfall, I can speak on behalf of all of its noteworthy residents. I was attacked right at the docks. An outrageous stunt, a show of disrespect for both you and me. Sadly, such incidents on Footfall are akin to natural disasters, impossible to predict or preempt. They simply happen. Many consider Footfall to be a pirate den, but believe me when I say that there is a difference between organized crime and gangs of thugs who have nothing to lose. You were attacked by the latter. The Anvers are a gang of punks who spit on our customs and hierarchy. Even their leader is more akin to an ideologue, a rabble-rouser who calls for people's heads, not a commander. Sooner or later, we will find him and have him strung up. That will likely cool his followers' enthusiasm. Behind the carefully built facade of composure... Oh, I get Cassia's checks in here? I don't think I would, because she's not with me. Sometimes my throat gets a little sore, but otherwise it's not that bad. It's better than sitting in silence the entire stream. Like, if I had more people talking in chat and, you know, there was more going on, then I probably wouldn't read it all out, but for now, it makes for a good way to go through things. Also, if I'd, like, played through this a billion times on stream, then I probably would stop reading stuff out. I'm glad you appreciate it. You're the second person that's told me that, which is another reason why I've been reading it out. But yeah, behind the carefully built facade of composure, you sense anger. It appears that this man is not used to losing control, but that is exactly what is happening. I can tell they've been a real pain for you. I bet you'd love to get those jokers, wouldn't you? Come on, admit it. You would, wouldn't you? A shark-like smile appears on Vladaim's face, bloody and vicious. Back where I grew up, they call it throwing someone for a loop. They carve a particular sign on the person's forehead, then load them alive into the slag disposal chute, and send them out to orbit the station. Every 30 years, we clean the orbit and count how many stiffs bearing which signs have been floating around. You have no idea how much I want to throw those little thugs for a loop, like in the good old days. Has Proctor Anthar visited you recently by any chance? Shortly before you did, he was interested in certain sensitive information, which I happen to possess. He also required access to the dock cogitators, containing logging and administration data. Naturally, I offered my full cooperation and provided the esteemed arbitrators with a designated area at the docks where they could work away from the bustle and din of the crowd. I assume that is where the Proctor is at the moment. What is the situation in the region? Troubling. Xenos raids are growing more frequent, trade is suffering, and fringe worlds are going under. Rumors of atrocities being committed by enemies of humanity are causing excessive panic due to their exotic nature. The core of the Imperium forces in the Coronis Expanse has departed for the sector's borders to combat the Xenos threat. There has been no word from them for a while now, and then again, with the distance and the current issues with the astropaths, that is not entirely out of the ordinary. Still, we are not yet alone. From several of the worlds hit by Xenos attacks, we've received reports of fierce warriors who descended from the sky and entered the fray. The fragmentary accounts lead me to believe that the blessed Adeptus Astartes are operating in the Coronis Expanse, and I await news of their victories with great anticipation. Have there been any Xenos attacks on Footfall? No, there haven't. Attacking Footfall in general is not a particularly reasonable thing to do. Many ships are docked here at any given time, and even the listed weapons on board would make for a decent fighting force. And that's not even to mention the firepower that our esteemed merchants have shamefully hidden from the station's customs officials. For us here, Xenos are more of a source of income than a threat. I do not approve the fear of Xenotech. One must know and understand the enemy. I'm convinced that your connections with Footfall will allow you to broaden your knowledge and understanding of Xenos considerably. I will see to it that your curiosity is satisfied in every way. What sort of patronage do you seek from me? Protection. Not military protection, but a different kind of security. For, you have, of course, already encountered difficulties with warp navigation on your way here. I'm afraid the scope of these difficulties extends far beyond this area. Reports of disrupted routes and ships vanishing during short jumps are coming in from across the entire sector. Communication with the Calixis sector has been extremely unstable. Of the ships that have dived into the Maw in recent years, none have returned. The last ship that came through the Maw from the other side was struck by a temporal anomaly. The jump took almost 2 decades in real space-time. You've heard of periods of warp instability, including cases where the Maw would become completely inaccessible for navigation for years on end, thus temporarily cutting off the Cronus Expanse from the Imperium. Even so, Vladaeum's words are particularly alarming. It seems that something has had a profound effect on the Maw. And this brings us to our main issue. Footfall is a repair shipyard and a trading post. We barely produce anything ourselves, and are largely dependent on incoming shipments, especially food shipments. The station naturally has some reserves, but the supply issues didn't start yesterday. Footfall would be obliged if House von Valancius would assist us by signing a contract for food deliveries. I can't be the only one you've asked for help. Naturally, I tried contacting other rogue traders, but the terms of House Chorda would have bled Footfall dry, and as for the esteemed Caligos Winterscale, instead of a food shipment from him, I received a transport, the Navica, packed with refugees. I had to send them off to Foulstone, so many extra mouths to feed would have only worsened the crisis further. I suppose all these warp fluctuations must have created more pressing concerns for Lord Winterscale, and so I put my faith in you, the third and last of Footfall's allies. So Footfall is cut off from all of its shipments, the local gangs are running wild, and the local hustlers are throwing tantrums in your residence. Are you positive you're in control of the situation? You are very perceptive. Well, now you know what you're buying. The situation is difficult, but should you decide to offer your support, you'll forget about the existence of trading hubs other than Footfall, because you won't have more loyal friends anywhere else. What are the terms of this deal? It's simple. Delivery of food shipments from your fertile worlds. Janus, I imagine. I'm quite familiar with that jewel of the Von Valancius Protectorate, in exchange for fair payment. I don't... Why does the game not tell you what some of the options do sometimes? Like, it does for a good chunk of them, and then others it just doesn't. I'm just gonna look this up. Not giving aid to Footfall makes Incendia happy. Shattered Spirit, walk through. Maybe this will say. Hunger's Hand. Why? Why is there, like, no info on this game anywhere? Yeah. Alright, I guess I just go Iconoclast. Yeah, no, it's not. None of the Iconoclast options are, really. Well, a couple of them are. But, I could skip the Iconoclast option. Hold up. I actually know somewhere I can go to check something. This here. Nope. Okay, this doesn't say anything either. My big thing is, will I be able to get, if I choose this, do I get profit factor? That's the big thing here. I imagine I do, but I don't know how much. I don't know if this is just an Iconoclast option, or if it is an Iconoclast option that gives me Iconoclast points. I'm gonna go for this and see what happens. I'll be robbing you blind, but you will remain in charge. Do we have a deep... I feel bad doing this. When you say 5 XP, do you mean like 5 Iconoclast, favor or whatever? No idea? Yeah, you can post a link. Neither the Neo Seeker guide or the wiki itself has anything on this that I can find, so... Cool. Ah, I see. Yep. Alright, it's 5, I shall do this then. I will help Footfall, but not out of desire for profit. I have no interest in obtaining any favors in kind or becoming your patron, only in saving people's lives. Yep, I get +5 Iconoclast. Thank you. If it had just been 1, I would have gone with the other option. 3, I would have been on the fence. I'll explain it here as soon as I'm out of dialogue. Such charity is a rare sight in the Cronus Expanse. Even figures as powerful as rogue traders do not show it often. Thank you, your lordship. I would like to know more about the Anvers gang. Why haven't they been dealt with yet? I've been using all my resources to delay the moment when the station is hit by famine. I haven't gotten around to the Anvers yet. As detrimental as they are, there are no players. When their leader dies, the rest will scatter. Yes, I do appreciate it. I have some questions about Footfall. Rest assured, I will be candid. My lips are bound by the oath of service. What exactly interests you on Footfall? This abode of merchants, xenotech traders, and only a few bandits. What oath are you referring to? There's a certain custom on Footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives at the station and docks is considered to be its absolute ruler. And the Liege, their loyal servant. That makes me your servant. Fladeum's arrogant bearing contradicts his word. However, as long as you remain incognito, it will be difficult for you to use this privilege. Keep this in mind if you wish to communicate with the less knowledgeable inhabitants of the station. For them, you are an ordinary visitor to Footfall. What a fascinating custom. Useful, too. I defer to your judgment, your lordship. Something tells me you used to be a bit of a bandit yourself. You aren't wrong, my path was long and bloody, but in the end I rose from running a gang that had staked its claim to a treatment filter station to becoming the Liege of Footfall. Many died to make this possible, and those who survived figured it would be more convenient to put me at the head than continue the slaughter of the turf war. I can only hope that my elevation and the peace that came with it have done the station good. There is sound logic to having the sharpest mind run the station. The administratum would have installed some pitiful clerk instead. I appreciate the breadth of your thinking. In this day and age, few choose to allow themselves such a thing. Who holds the reins in the xenogoods trade? The Caspella Commission, a criminal syndicate that has seized control of the entirety of the cold trade in the sector. Xenos creations are in high demand, and so every single colony has a Caspellican agent or two. Opposing their commercial interests is a lot more dangerous than using their merchandise. Still, making friends with this organization is as profitable as it is dangerous to make enemies of them. And it just so happens that I've managed to earn their trust, and on Footfall, they conduct their business under my watchful eye. I have no more questions. Where does one go to make a few deals here on the station? Here, I am the main dealer on the station, and it would be disrespectful of me to suggest that you take your business to Footfall traders of lesser importance. Still, you might take an interest in a few people of note. For example, Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso, this servant of the Ecclesiarchy, is rumored to purchase sacred relics from captains, and other traders don't seem keen on becoming his competitors. If you're looking for goods that can entertain you, find Octaviana at the establishment called the Adeptus Amescus. The chemical bliss that she offers is refined and possesses a satisfactory degree of purity. Just don't ask her to pour you her signature drink. It's meant for common Footfall rabble, not discerning clientele. I'm interested in your wares. I'm at your service. Whenever the wearer chooses an ally... Each time the wearer gains 10 stacks of tactical advantage, they gain 1 resolve until the end of combat. That's nice for... Master Strategist, or whatever. Which... I don't have any of. The one that used to be what officers went into. A hex rifle. Bladed boots. Whenever the wearer hits an opening with the charge, slash, or dance macabre abilities, they inflict bleeding. Precise bolter. The wearer deals damage to an enemy, forcing that enemy to move. This enemy suffers. If the wearer inflicts the bleeding, burning, or toxin effect on a target, this target gets an additional +2 stacks of the effect. Alright, I like that for Cabela. Outcast's Visor will be nice for... Oh... Can't think of her name. The one you pick up on Janice. The elf sniper. I've only been there once before, and it was like when the game launched. So I don't remember her name. Oh, that's bugging me now. Fusion gun. It's a Melta, whatever. Dark Lance requires Drukari weapon proficiency. 10% bonus to critical hit chance. Doubles if the wearer is not moved during their turn. Once again, this feels like it's tailored for the elf sniper that the Eldari sniper that we get later. Where has less than 50% wounds. Meh. Psyker's Breastplate. Heavy. Reduces the chance of triggering a psychic phenomenon by 10%. Any psychic phenomenon or perils of the warp manifest, the wearer gains an additional +1 psi rating until the end of combat. +2 deflection if the wearer's willpower is more than 50. This is for Heinrichs. Heavy stubber, tactical boots. +20 coercion is nice. This is also kind of neat. I don't know how I'd throw that on though. Maybe Cassia? This is a nice chest piece. This is an interesting sniper rifle. Death from above deals an additional 30 mental damage. What the hell? Where is resolve times 3? Dear God, this is terrifying. Cabela's scary enough without shit like this. Why? I mean, I suppose if you're one of them, but again, just the class itself is scary enough without this. Seems excessive. This also seems excessive. Why? This is a long last, essentially, Eldari one. In the first round of combat, the wearer gains a number of additional attacks equal to their psi rating. This is nice, but not needed at the moment. This would pair nicely with the Eye of Josis on a pyromancer offensive caster psyker. So nothing they have really interests me except for maybe the Vortex pendant. Here I can put this back on. And so yeah, it kind of is. But yeah, so the iconoclast I got here took me from 74 to 79. Once I hit 200, I get another passive here. The Rogue Trader and their allies spend 30 less momentum when activating a heroic act. So, like a 1 or a 3, I just would have kind of scoffed at, whatever. That can be made up for. But 5, 10, and 15, I really like. Eventually, I'll be able to get this. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally. The target ally may immediately use their heroic act without spending momentum. Not applicable to allies whose heroic act is on cooldown. And then there's this one. Any attacks from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Any allied ability that may target an ally and has a resistance test will be resisted by allies. And then I will be trying to get 2 in Dogmatic as well. For 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. And eventually, In the first round of combat, all critical hits scored by the Rogue Trader's party inflict 10 burning. In addition, all fire damage suffered by enemies is increased by +1 for each rank of Conviction Dogmatic. This one's less useful, but this first rank is pretty nice for a Grim Darkness playthrough. Like, yeah, it's just 10%, but 10%'s 10%. I could come over here and grab this, but I don't really use combat stimulants or medkits. And this, everyone in the Rogue Trader's party gains a 25% chance to regain 1 AP after killing an enemy. However, triggering this effect immediately manifests psychic phenomena. It does not reset cooldowns of attacks and abilities. I don't think so.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Lord Captain, I'm pleased to report that the inspections have been completed and all identified system failures have been resolved. The void ship is ready to depart Footfall. The crew is waiting for your further instructions, and there are also a number of issues that need to be addressed. We also received word from Proctor Solomorn Anthar, the arbitrator whose squad we retrieved from Riked Minoris. He has requested an audience with you and said he will be waiting at the Footfall docks.
Follow my lead.
And I do believe there's a fight out here. A well-groomed young man calls out to you. He is clean-shaven and dressed in clothes that are expensive but unshowy, with a bright Aquila embroidered in a prominent spot. Noble sir, a minute of your time, if you please. I'm Bastion in Dirama Bastal Chorda, youngest cousin of House Chorda, envoy of Incendia Bastal Chorda, rogue trader of the Cronus Expanse, by the grace of the most holy emperor. And you must be an envoy of Theodora von Valencius. I noticed that you arrived on the esteemed lady's ship. Chorda, They are some of the most influential rogue traders in the Cronus Expanse, but not on Footfall. The station is under the control of House Winterscale. Something tells me we are about to hear a most curious offer. Quite right. I am Lady Theodora's envoy. Splendid. It's a pleasure to be speaking with an equal. Truth be told, I get a little flustered in the presence of the powers that be. What do you wish to speak to me about? A matter of the utmost delicacy. You see, you've been to the residence of the Liege. Vladeum almost certainly appealed to you for assistance in the arrangement of shipments to Footfall. The Von Valencius Protectorate is famed for the abundance of its main agri-world, Janus. It would be odd for him to not to seize on such an opportunity when Footfall is on the verge of famine. However, the Chorda dynasty pursues its own interests on Footfall. We have already announced our terms to the Liege, but he is stalling. I imagine in hopes of getting a better offer from you. The Chorda dynasty believes that cooperation would be preferable for both rogue trader houses. If you refuse Vladeum, thereby forcing him to agree to a deal with us, the Chorda dynasty can promise you a share of the profits from future contract, as well as certain other perquisites. Everybody benefits. The Emperor's most loyal servants should be more concerned with carrying his will through the stars and less with divvying up profit among themselves, especially when the well-being of one of the Imperium's worlds is at stake, even one such as Footfall. Behind your smile, Master Bastion, ill shadows swirl. Others may not see them, but your worry cannot escape my eye. What are you afraid of? Your house's wrath, should these negotiations prove fruitless, or the wrath of House von Valencius? Idira, who was yawning in boredom a moment ago, flinches and clutches her face, her fingernails digging into her skin. They're coming again? Brothers of the ones who came before. I just don't get it. Do they all have a death wish? I draw my weapon. I appreciate the warning, Idira. What? Bastion stares at you in surprise, then turns around.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Alright, what do we have here? What kind of weapon do you have? Of course, it's a sniper rifle. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Alright. Cassia, I'll send you here. Argenta, I'll put you here. Apparently I'm standing out in the open like a fool, because I can't get far enough. Alright. Idira, you can be here, and your burb can be here. I have Abelard and Cabela left. Abelard. Come on up here. And Bella, I'll have you come over here. I think that's everybody. Cassia. I will... Oh, seriously? Fine. I will come back here and give myself a turn
Tomes of military tactics.
to buff us. Argenta.
Nothing I can't do.
We propagate the buffs.
Suits my purposes.
Air of Authority.
Already done.
And Medicae Signal. And then, Cassia, you can come back up here. And you can lidless stare at a bunch of these fools.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Face the navigator's might.
Alright. That should be fine.
Let's get to it.
I might take a big hit here. Nope. They didn't fire at me. Who did they fire at? Argenta. Huh. Decisions were made. Alright, we come up here. We reckless rush.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Desiccated.
Alright, and then run and gun.
Deeds is worthless.
Am I able to hit these three? Yes. We'll move over here. Concentrated fire.
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
We Furious Recital. And then we Toxic
I'll
Needle.
do it.
And then, apparently it's time for ads again. So they will last for 3 minutes. They turn off pre-roll and mid-roll ads for the next hour. I don't do anything in the meantime, so nobody misses out on any content. And we will finish this battle when I return. Alright. I'm back, and we shall continue this. Oh, there's a person here that I just didn't even see. There's a couple of them over there that I didn't see. That could be problematic. Yeah, attack Abelard. I'm sure that'll work out for you.
Pain cleanses the body.
Here we go.
How dare you?
Let's get to it.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged.
Indeed.
Brace for impact.
Victory.
Wall of Rockcrete.
I will do
Endure. Here. What is this scale with? Strength bonus plus toughness bonus. Ah, that's why. Okay.
At your beck and call. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
I will use Daring Breach here. It'll be fine.
I took care of this one. Indeed.
You have 11 HP, 10 to 16.
Lesson learned.
That was a guaranteed kill. $13.
You a target.
And I'll come over here. And
Someone
am
else
I...
should do this.
Oh, I already taunted this turn. Whoops. Oh, well, that's fine, probably. I'll be right here then, so that they both have to walk past me if they want to, attack someone else. Abelard did work. Idira, you did not get to buff everyone yet. That's fine, though.
Will do.
Cassia, are you injured? No. Alright, that's fine. I really need to remember to have the staff out when I do that. 18 strength, 18 toughness, or... Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter which one I have out. Okay, that's fine. You know what? You know what? 95% chance to hit. And then twice dead Lanny.
Was it you? Or...
Out of my way.
Alright, Cabela. Come on over here.
I bring mercy and retribution.
Blood Oath.
Shall not fail. I feel nothing. Fear nothing.
Then you come on up here.
I am your blade and shield.
Parried.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will see it down.
Captive audience.
As honor ordains.
And then, yeah, I guess that's it for here. Really? I can't get close enough to give either of them a turn? Am I able to move myself? No. Alright, that's fine. Is it? That's really annoying, actually.
Nothing I can't do.
Cassia. I'm up here.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Oh, that also gave it to Idira. This should be a fine spot. There we go. And Cabela, you didn't get buffed earlier, so you can just have that.
Suits my purposes.
Do you have Medicaid signal on? Yes. Alright, Cassia. Gonna have you come over here. Actually, no. I'm just gonna have you come here and give Argenta another turn.
Do not dare ask.
Oh, she's been stunned. That's why. Okay. That makes sense. We'll come up here then, and we will... Waking Nightmare
If I may.
to debuff. And then give Cabela an extra turn.
I shall prevail.
Captive Audience. Blade Dance.
Caught by the web. Let your soul be.
Yeah, that was worth. Abelard.
I will do my duty.
Sworn enemy. We move back here and then charge in.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
And then 15 to 19, 11 to 11.
It will be done.
There we are.
But of course. Will do.
And then expose weakness. This guard has a death wish? Never mind, he knocked him on his ass. I can't complain with that.
A dance of flames and shadows.
Alright, Abelard, get an extra turn.
Not a problem for me. I took care of this one.
And here we have a fresh injury on Argenta, which we shall take care of with Invigorate. Insects begin crawling under your skin. Oh! Oh! You can actually have warp phenomenon happen outside of combat. Well, that's something to know. Very interesting. Sector 2, watch your back. Make sure you're not being followed. I don't need the chain axe. Sin skin, don't need that. Plus 10 bonus to awareness. I will take that. Cassia. No, I don't want the journal. I want this. There we go. 100 awareness.
None shall stand in my way.
Let's go do Jai's quest. Hardest fight I've had in a CRPG. Oh, that is... Huh. Hardest in general, or hardest at the time that I arrived at it? Because the answers could be different. Definitely the hardest at the time I arrived at it was my very first playthrough of Wrath of the Righteous and the Playful Darkness.
It's about time.
Like, not even a contest. Gotcha. I haven't actually played Kingmaker all the way through. I tried playing it at launch, and it was such a buggy mess that I just stopped at Act 2. And I've just never gotten around to it again, because after Wrath of the Righteous, I don't know if I want to play without mythic abilities. 50 AC? See, I'm so... so into Wrath of the Righteous and shit that I see 50 AC and I'm like, what? That's like Act 3 AC. That's nothing. No, Kingmaker. More toned down power scale. Yeah, 50 AC sounds rough. Oh, before I talk to Jai and get her quest and everything, I want to come through here to where her quest will be. And just do a little bit of prep work.
Join me in prayer. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I think that's all I needed to do. Just need to get rid of a couple of these so that I actually can have places to sit that are safe.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, we can head this way now. The Martyr's Endurance. I'm so hyped for Dark Heresy. This game was actually my first foray into 40k, and I enjoy it so much that I'm looking forward to Dark Heresy. I had played a lot of Warhammer Fantasy stuff prior. Mostly Total War Warhammer, but
oh my, this place has so
that is
many
a
colors. Every shade I can imagine is floating in the air.
that is a low-tech use. I'm going to hold off on that.
Next, she'll be asking us to take her on a tavern crawl. Spare me.
Follow my lead.
I'm hoping that I can get in on Dark Heresy kind of early-ish and actually be one of the people making like guides for it and stuff on YouTube, because that's a great way to grow the audience. Oh, that's nice. I might actually have to check that out, because I actually have Warband.
Just as he ordained.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back here for some of these checks. If I remember to. Possibly just with Jai in my party. She should be able to take care of most of them, I think.
A new challenge for me?
Oh, I was just saying, I'm kind of hoping that I get in on Dark Heresy early on so that I can make guides for it on YouTube, since that's a good way to grow the audience. Like build guides or, you know, boss guides for any particularly difficult bosses, etc. Poor guy got shot.
I've read about this.
It's about time.
Stop. There.
And I'm very much a spreadsheet kind of guy anyway. Like, as I said, I am planning to do a Wrath of the Righteous playthrough in the near future. And let me go locate it. I spent like 2 hours the other night going through and planning out my build. Here we are. Just, somebody in chat wanted to see a Lich run, so that's what I'm going to end up doing. And, I'm just gonna go 1 Scaled Fist, and then 15 Sorcerer, and then 3 Lore Master, or I guess 16 Sorcerer, and then, 3 Lore Master. It is going to be modded, relatively heavily. But most of the stuff I have either makes it harder or doesn't really affect difficulty much at all. Like, the one that is probably the biggest makes it easier mod changes where you get your mythic levels, so that you get them slightly earlier, but, like, it also removes 2 of the mythic level ups as well, so it's not like you're getting them super early or anything. Like your the mythic level that you get in the Coalfear Mines, instead of getting it there, you get it when you kill Xanther Vang. So just things like that. But like some of the other mods I have make it so that natural AC no longer stacks, which is a significant nerf.
I rise to the occasion.
The woman looks to be in her 40s, and she is surveying you with interest. Her right eye appears almost black against her dusky skin, while her left eye emits a greenish light filtered through the smudged lens of a prosthesis. Her arms are tattooed all the way from the base of her shoulders to her knuckles. Oh, what's not how it should work? Yes, but, it is pen and paper friendly, because it doesn't stack in pen and paper. So, lore friendly or not, it is pen and paper friendly. Looking for something specific? You're buying, or maybe selling? Don't be shy, just ask old Ryza. Knows all kind of folks. My boys will fetch you anything your heart desires. Because, yeah, the mod that it comes from is Tabletop Tweaks. So, just a bunch of small changes that make it more pen and paper accurate. And then a couple other small tweaks in there as well. But I'm okay with it, because it increases the challenge. Being able to stack natural armor class and having, like, a 60 AC in, like, early Act 2 is kind of dumb. Kinda ruins any and all challenge. Who are these boys you work with? Oh, wait. Grandpa Bachful says hello. That old rascal? I thought he'd croaked in the mines a long time ago, but old Bachvel's still alive and kicking, you say? Me and him have been through a lot of interesting scrapes together, and oh, all the weird and wonderful things we acquired. Bachvel wouldn't send his regards along with just anyone. You must have done him a good turn, and because of that, old Ryza is going to give you a special discount. 5p profit factor discount. Let's see what you have to work with. This coat grants the wearer plus 10% parry reduction and 5% armor penetration for melee attacks. It's okay. Like, it's good, but I might be already wearing stuff that's better. When the wielder attacks with any ranged weapon at a 1-cell range, that attack also inflicts 4 bleeding. This bleeding doesn't seem to scale with anything, so it's just kind of meh. Impulse boots. When the wearer makes a melee area attack, they regain 2 MP and gain 8% critical hit chance. Lasts until the end of the round. Stacks. I could put this on Cabela. I think some of her stuff counts as area attack. Like, Death from Above. This is nice medium armor. Apex Predator's gloves. Okay, this is for bounty hunters, of which I have Pascal, but this could also work for the Eldari I get later as well. Yes. So it is a matter of you need to have a certain relationship or reputation with the faction, and you have to be able to prove that your empire, if you will, is capable of supplying a certain amount of stuff. Because as a rogue trader, your wealth is so vastly greater than what anybody could comprehend, so to speak. You know, you're not really giving away profit factor most of the time. It's an interesting way to do it. I kind of like it. One less resource for me to have to manage. Old shield. Ooh, this has a nice block chance. Exactly. We want the tactical backpack for Argenta, plus 1 rate of fire. Is insanely good. This faux hammer is just worse than the one that I have. Okay. In every way, shape, and form? Huh. Alright. Swashbuckler's cloak. That looks kind of nice for Cabela. Whenever the wearer performs a melee attack after a ranged attack, the target of the melee attack... Meh. I don't have anybody who is sword and pistol. This is pretty good for light armor. Ooh, a shotgun. This shotgun could be good for Argenta, maybe. Whenever the wearer's area attack damages at least 2 enemies within a 2-cell radius from the wearer gains the kick ability, costing 0 AP to use until the end of their turn. Okay, this sounds gross for Argenta, because she will have the kick ability eventually. This is a Force Sword. Swift Shadows. Blood Oath or Oath of Vengeance, they gain 1 use of dash. Could be neat. Increases the chance of triggering psychic phenomena by 15%. No thank you. No thank you. Actually, this would be really good for Cassia. Because she does warp damage with her lidless stare. And there's 0% chance of her getting a psychic phenomena because she doesn't use psychic powers. Alright. Okay, this is gross. Poet's Grace. I like that. Bring it down. Hits an enemy with an attack or targets them with an ability. The wearer gains +1 fellowship and willpower until the end of combat for each. This would be nice if I was fellowship based, but I am intelligence based as an officer, or as a Voidborn Be Smart officer. So it's not as useful for me. It is neat though. Cool. Bella, what are you wearing? You know what? You can wear that. What boots are you wearing? I think I prefer you having this. And the bayonet knife goes to cargo. This goes on Argenta. I don't use great swords this playthrough. Don't use stub revolvers. This is a 35% light armor. What are you using? I'll let you have this. It's arguably slightly better. Yeah, this is fine. Cassia, you don't have boots. You can wear these. There's a solid chance you kill 2 or more enemies with a single attack. Do I have any cloaks that you would want? Not really. I mean, I may as well give you the immune to burning one.
done. I'll lay claim to the stars.
Rough day.
You have no idea.
I just might. That's the second bottle you've downed.
Jai Hidari. Falco sends his regards.
And what does that unholy scion of a Grox and a Brahan want from me this time? Oh, wait, I don't really care. My sole plans for tonight are drowning my grief in a sea of Amasak.
We'll give you grief, all right. Get out!
Don't think so, Ashmag. And tell Falco to come himself next time.
Hidari, I am tired of your mess. Out! Get some sleep. We'll talk about settling up later.
Okti Shireen, light of my eyes. Can't you see my soul is full of sadness? Have you no heart at all? Let go of your material concerns and let me grieve in peace. Have we met somewhere before?
The woman looks at you with glassy eyes of a drunk, and you notice the 2 empty bottles that had been keeping her company before you arrived. She looks completely out of place in this dingy, smoky bar. The fancy attire, the abundance of jewelry, the implants plated with precious metals. Her appearance not only screams wealth, but also audacity. For only an audacious person would flaunt their wealth in a place like this.
Greetings, Shireen. With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
I'm Zen, trade envoy of House Von Valencius.
Well then, here's to our meeting. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you're someone special, since you've been granted an audience with the Liege of Footfall himself. It's always a pleasure to make the acquaintance of someone powerful. And the timing couldn't be better. Jai Hidari at your service. Professional trader, shrewd commercial broker, and, may he steal my tongue if I'm lying, the most honest dealer on Footfall. Nonetheless, we all have our problems, and at times even one's many merits aren't enough to solve them. Perhaps it would be no trouble for a person with your kind of power and standing to assist someone with my kind of predicament.
Alright.
I have heard a great deal about how open-minded the members of the Footfall Landing dynasty are, and Lady Theodora especially.
What do you need help with?
You see, Shireen, there's one cardinal rule on Footfall. Anything goes as long as it doesn't get in the way of business. I'm someone who's been able to exploit that rule to the fullest. And in recent years, I've hit it so big, I've become a speck of sand in someone's green eye. They used to throw small wrenches into my dealings here and there. Well, now they've decided to really put their backs into it. Some rats stolen my cargo and dragged it off to the seediest part of the Shadow Quarters. A crummy place even for connoisseurs of Footfall's unique atmosphere. When I asked the Liege for protection, we had a mutual misunderstanding. I believe Vladium, in a most lamentable fashion, has forgotten his duties as guardian of the downtrodden and wronged. So I'm in desperate need of a new one. And you, Shireen, fit the bill perfectly. All I need is for you to drop by one dark corner of Footfall Shadow Quarters and pound it into the thieves' heads that taking Hidari's property carries certain risks.
Jai appears to be a serious operator on Footfall. The Liege's refusal to help means the loss of a potential ally, so Jai is encroaching on his turf. If Vladium is not responsible for the disappearance of Jai's cargo, he will certainly benefit greatly from it. I suspect that Vladium wants to keep the cargo out of your hands, and I want to put him in his place.
May the exalted one bless you and your progeny. Then here's what we'll do. We shouldn't be seen together before we make it to the safe house. I'll head there first. I'll take my own special route so I won't be spotted. Right. Here. That's where those ashmags are keeping the stolen cargo. Out the bar, over the bridge, and to the left. There in the depths, you'll find a small courtyard, through which you can get to the place. I'll be waiting nearby. You can come when it suits you, but the sooner you do, the better. I'll see you then, Shireen.
Alright. And let's talk with Octaviana. The burly woman with a wealth of fiery hair is in the process of tinkering with some unknown device that is clinking melodiously. She has a rough-looking implant in place of her lower jaw. As you approach, the implant begins to move, as if independently of the rest of her face. Welcome to the Adeptus Amescus, sir. What can Octaviana get you? Amasek? Low? Something more interesting? Octaviana freezes in place. It can't be. Are you Sister Argenta? The Sister Argenta? The one who has the worst scum on Footfall, shaking in their boots? The whole station's talking about you? And here you are, in the flesh, in our humble Amescus. Argenta stops Octaviana's torrent of adoration with a calm gesture. No more. I seek retribution against transgressors, not glory for myself. Despite her words, you catch a glint in Argenta's eye. You can tell she's enjoying the enraptured attention. You there. You should know that if I see one dead body around here, I'll have you thrown out of my bar with a hole in your head. Your kind don't scare me, and I'm not about to let you ruin my business by leaving corpses all over the room. You being here is already making half my clients feel less thirsty. I have heard your threat. Do not fear. If I must kill someone here, you will not find the bodies. What is this place? You're in the oldest watering hole on Footfall, sir. The Adeptus Amescus is the only Adeptus one can find on Footfall. I'm Octaviana. I serve drinks, lend an ear, and if it comes down to it, quiet the rowdy ones. Folks usually come to the Amescus for either pleasure or business. Might I ask what brought you here? I have business here. Where better to do business than Footfall, am I right? Business is the only thing keeping this melting pot going. If it wasn't the best place to make deals, Footfall would have been stripped clean long before now. One asteroid at a time. Sitting at this bar often puts folks in a talkative mood, and I don't see anybody paying me to keep quiet. Visits from eminent individuals like yourself boost the status of my establishment, so I can repay you by sharing what I've overheard. Some of it might help you out in your dealings. No doubt you've picked up a lot of local knowledge working in a place like this. Do you know anything about the Anvers gang? Maybe. Maybe I do know something. Let's not shout about it to the whole bar, alright? I'll be here long after you walk out of this bar, and the Anvers respect no agreements, laws, or other gangs. You look at them the wrong way and you're dead. Anyway, to the point, those Anvers are scum among scum, the most unhinged goons you can find on Footfall, and even other unhinged goons want nothing to do with them. They have no hierarchy, no territory, nothing. Only a nameless leader, who most of the Anvers haven't seen once. This leader sends them leaflets with inspiring messages. Followers are recruited by other followers. The leash tried to bring them into line, but it's like this. You clear out one group, and in the meantime, 5 more spring up elsewhere. Like I said, no one knows who their leader is, or where this leader operates from. But here's what I've noticed. Most of the recent Anver leaflets, the ones so fresh you can smell the ink off them, always show up in the same area on the big slum asteroid. Let me show you where it is real quick. Uses drops of liquor to draw a basic map right on the bar. Right around here. I'm positive they're printing their poems somewhere in this area. About that woman that started the gunfight at the bar. Why are you so interested? You looking into her or something? Apologies, sir. Me and my big mouth. I guess this is why they broke my jaw so many times. Jai. You know, Jai's pretty great. She's made a name for herself here on Footfall. She's a woman who came from nothing. She follows the unwritten rules of this place. She doesn't walk all over weaker folks, and she drinks like a fish to boot. There's lots to respect. Sad thing is, it looks like she's got on the wrong side of Ladime. And since both of them, well, I guess all three of us, have ties to the Cas Bellica, there's no way out of this. Jai should get off Footfall while she still can. Better to lose her business than her life. Odd name, the Adeptus Amescus. Not very reverent. What makes you say that? You know where you're standing? On the deck of the Martyr's Endurance, a sacred vessel that once belonged to the Adeptus Administratum. 100 years ago, the bureaucrats sent a mission here to establish a department, set up some kind of record-keeping, overhaul Footfall, and make everything here follow 1 billion laws to the letter. As you can see, it was the Martyr's Endurance and its inhabitants that got overhauled in the end. I don't know what happened to them, but the locals like to come here and make deals and count their money like before, in this temple of the Imperium's accountants. Over there, you can see even the sign's been preserved, partially. A great place, and the new name fits perfectly. You like it? I'm flattered. It's not often that we get important visitors here, and even less often that they really appreciate the place. How are things here on Footfall? Haven't been to our fine station for a while, have you, sir? As per usual, there's never a dull moment. Either someone's getting shot in a square, or some rich guy's going on a safari to hunt commoners in the Shadow Quarters. Sure, the Liege makes sure that the local shenanigans don't get in the way of business on the station, but what happens on the outskirts adds a little spice to our lives. We make do, but the real trouble is, with every passing day, it gets harder to find grub. I heard some horrors are happening in the void outside Furibundus, that not all ships are making it here, and the Liege's old patrons don't seem to be in a hurry to help, taking a toll on Vladime's authority. And if his authority wobbles too hard, he'll have plenty of people lining up to take his place. Give me the latest. This one might interest you. A tale I heard from a tipsy Voidborn from a cargo barge. They exited the warp halfway between Furibundus and the Avioris system, and came upon a shuttle wreck adrift. The shuttle was registered to the Inevitable Triumph, a merchant ship that disappeared decades ago. She was bound for Footfall, her cargo holds brimming with valuable goods, but she never made it. If anything at all survived the shipwreck, it could be quite the lucky find. Here's another tidbit for you. Some poor sot was here bawling about how his crew tossed out a whole shipment of cargo along with the trash. And it was his fault somehow. He hid the fact, and once they docked at Footfall, he immediately went on the run. No surprise there. Had they discovered his blunder, he would have been executed. I don't know what sort of cargo it was, but the ship he served on usually goes between Footfall and Winterscale's realm. He passes the 100 Dreams crossroads and Langren's belt. If you happen to be in, if you happen by that area, you might want to take a look at for whatever that idiot chucked overboard. That'll do for now. Give me a splash the local hooch, would you? Octaviana looks at you closely, then takes a bottle from the shelf and uncorks it. The transparent, pungent-smelling liquid quickly fills the glass that sits between you. Take a good look at it. The glass contains a liquid that is clearly made from spent promethium. This is moonshine, virtually unfiltered, that quickly blows the drinker off their feet, and when imbibed, regularly turns their liver into bubbling sponge. Alright, I'll drink it. I succeeded. The liquid burns your tongue, and then your throat, and then your stomach. It takes your breath away, but after a few seconds, warmth spreads throughout your body, and your head feels a little lighter than usual. Octaviana clicks her tongue in approval. That's the second time I've seen a noble drink the octane blend without wincing, but I won't offer you any more. I've got just the thing set aside for such an occasion. Octaviana grabs a dusty unopened bottle from under the bar and a clean glass. The amber liquid flashes against the crystal walls as she adds in a couple of black pebbles. The soft, spicy aroma tickles your nostrils. You said I'm the second person to drink that octane blend without wincing? First was Caligos Winterscale. That's right, the head of House Winterscale himself used to come here often. Impressive guy, true. Whenever he and his officers came through the door, the locals would find themselves a hole to hide in. Drinks weren't the only thing his lordship liked knocking back. If someone so much as looked at him funny, he'd paint the walls red. I drink. The emisec warms your throat pleasantly. You can make out a hint of spice, the flavor of an oak barrel, and a distinct earthy aroma. You feel a little more at peace, and you reach the bottom of the glass sooner than you'd like. Give me something strong. I'm sorry, sir. This was the last bottle of that year. What can I say? We're all feeling the brunt of Footfall's shipment problems. I'll be going. Till next time. Alright, I've been streaming for about 7 hours now.
None shall stand in my way.
I think I'm going to call the stream there, and I will finish off Footfall tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by. Very much appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw, please hit the follow button. And I'm going to see if there is anybody streaming that I want to host or raid. You know what? Sure. This guy's a good guy. I've been part of his community forever, and he is doing Diablo 2 for the first time. So, have a wonderful day, and I hope to catch you all tomorrow.